Okay, it's 6 o'clock. I'd like to welcome everybody to our November 17th County Commissioners meeting, and as always, we open the meeting with the invocation, and I'll call on Commissioner Richard Helms.
All right, thank you. If you care to join me in prayer, please. Dear Heavenly Father, you're indeed the giver of all gifts, and we come to you this day to seek your wisdom, guidance, and courage. Be with us in our deliberations and help us to be wise in our decisions that we make for the good of all those who have placed their trust and confidence in our leadership. Give us the insight to lead with integrity, that our decisions may reflect what is right and good. Help us to make decisions that strive to be for the good of all and guard us from blind self-interest. Please give the special protection to our military, police, firemen that risk their lives to ensure our safety. Finally, dear Lord, grant us the humility to always seek your will in all that we do and say. In thy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Need Patrick looking in. Sign in. I need Mr. Nyland to give me the informal sign up. Okay. And just to give everybody a little, we're going to have several public hearings tonight, and you'll be allowed time after we have the public hearing on each individual subject to speak. So try to pick your lane and stay with it, and Bill Laughlin. And let me read something to everybody. Each speaker must address the board from the lectern and begin their remarks by giving their name, stating whether they are residents of Union County, indicating the municipality within which they reside, and stating the topic about which they intend to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make remarks. A speaker may not yield any of his or her time to another speaker. Speakers may not discuss matters which are the subject of public hearings, and they must be courteous in their language and presentation. Restatements or repetitive comments by the same speaker, whether at the same or separate meetings, may be ruled out of order and terminated by the chair. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Speakers may leave written comments and/or supporting documents, if any, with the clerk to the board, and Ms. Lynn West is sitting right to my left. Okay, Mr. Laughlin.
I'm going to withdraw.
Sir?
I'm going to withdraw. Y'all have enough to go on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. First public hearing up is 22-730, a public hearing about American Wick and Drain. And I'm going to let Ron Mall come to the podium.
Chairman Rape, Commissioners, Manager Watson, it's my pleasure to bring before you tonight an economic development incentive grant request by American Wick Drain Incorporated, otherwise referred to as Project Filter 2. American Wick Drain has been in Union County since 1982, and in Monroe since 1998, so going on 40 years. They're located on Airport Road, where they currently employ 54 people. They manufacture foundation drain systems used in the construction of residential and commercial buildings, highways, and athletic fields. The company is considering Union County for a 30,000 square foot expansion of their manufacturing facility and the purchase of related production equipment. This expansion will enable American WIC to increase its capacity in order to meet the ever-growing demand for its products. And this investment would serve to retain the existing 54 full-time positions. If Union County is selected, capital investment would be approximately $4 million, and it breaks out $3.5 million in building and $500,000 in equipment. Our office and the company began discussing this investment this summer, and they have indicated that incentives are an important part or an important factor for the project, and the project is in competition with another corporate location in Nevada. Tonight, we're requesting your consideration of a Step 1 Economic Development Incentive Grant in an amount not to exceed $60,000 paid over 5 years based upon the Union County Tax Office's appraised value each year on the company's anticipated investment of $4 million in building and equipment and machinery. Based on this investment and holding all factors constant, including depreciation, the company would pay estimated ad valorem taxes on the new taxable investment of $117,600 over the 5-year grant period. When we factor in depreciation, the incentive grant adjusts slightly to $59,520 over the 5 years, and the ad valorem tax revenues adjust to $116,659. Of course, actual tax revenue to the county will be based on the current tax rate applied to the assessed value of the investment each year after depreciation. As we do with all of our projects, we performed a cost-benefit analysis, and this project shows a ratio of 2.03 to 1 over the first 5 years of the project or the grant period. That increases to 11.82 to 1 over the life of the project. The Monroe Union County Economic Development Commission Board of Advisors reviewed this project at their October 11th, 2022 meeting, where they unanimously supported us bringing it before you tonight for your consideration. We also presented the project to Monroe City Council last week at their October 11th meeting, where a similar economic development grant was awarded. Therefore, the Monroe Union County Economic Development Commission, Board of Advisors, and staff recommend the award of this Step 1 performance-based economic development incentive grant to American WIC Drain Corporation in an amount not to exceed $60,000 to help secure this $4 million investment. At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Scott Morris. Scott is the president of American WIC Drain Corporation, and he is available to answer any questions should you have them. And with that, I thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody that would like to speak in the public comment section of that public hearing? If not, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing on America WIC Drain. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're going to have a public hearing and call on Lee Jensen. Rezoning case CZ 2022-007.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board Manager Watson. Mr. Chairman, as you stated, this is conditional rezoning request 2022-007. The applicant is requesting to rezone a parcel of land. It's currently zoned RA40 to RA200 with conditions. This is a conditional rezoning request, and if it were approved, it will place use restrictions on the property. The applicant has proposed limiting the uses on that property to the following items. You can see there, single-family dwelling, a major and minor utility facility that would include a wastewater treatment plant, agribusiness, which includes all associated uses within that category, including landscaping, agriculture, nurseries, and greenhouses, a solid waste convenience center, wireless communications facility, and a radio or television broadcast tower. The uses, if approved, would be allowed by right on the property, meaning that the only thing that would have to take place would just to be issuance of a zoning permit that would still require a site plan review by staff, but it would be just a zoning permit. There would be no further board approvals. Existing conditions on the property, as you can see, the top left picture is looking into that site from Ridge Road. And you'll see a picture in a second that'll kind of show you the overall site. But the development on the property now is a landscaping company, and it's pretty far back in the site. There's a good tree buffer between the road and the property. South of the site, that's Ridge Road. Again, the picture's on the top right. That's Ridge Road looking south. If you were to head further south, you would eventually come to the Porter Ridge School Complex. Bottom left, north of the site, that's looking north toward the bridge. If you were to go up a little bit further, you'd come to the bridge over the North Fork of the Cricket Creek. And then the bottom right is west of the site. That's looking across Ridge Road. And further to the west, you would eventually hit the town of Indian Trail. As you can see from the pictures, the area is fairly rural right now. So you can see that this map sort of depicts that development status as agriculture, undeveloped or open space. There are some scattered farms and single-family homes. If you were to go a little bit further to the west, again, you've got Indian Trail over there, and it's got a little bit more development activity taking place, Annandale, Bonterra Village, and in that area. Again, the property, as I stated, if you were to go north on Ridge Road, you'd eventually come to a bridge, and that crosses Cricket Creek. It's a pretty wide floodplain right there. So that's the floodplain for the North Fork of the Cricket Creek. That creek does border this property to the north side. And there is a stream that does flow through the property sort of on the east side, but there's very little floodplain associated with that. Current zoning on the property is RA40. That's the majority of the zoning everywhere else, except there is an RA200 conditional district just to the north. If you'll remember, that was a rezoning request that came to this board several years ago. It's another landscaping company that operates on that site. I'll point out too that again, as I stated before, you've got Indian Trail to the west, but also to the north and east you have the town of Fairview, and then to the east and south you've got the town of Unionville. Transportation impacts, no real improvements on the transportation network anywhere in the vicinity of this site. There were 2 traffic counts that I looked at just a little bit ago. There was one traffic count. They're fairly old, I'll point that out, but they're the latest ones that NCDOT has. They're from 2016. There's one just south of the intersection of Indian Trail Fairview along Ridge Road. That was 2,600 vehicle trips a day, so it's fairly low traffic count. And there's another one just south of Unionville Indian Trail Road, so that's actually off this map. It's a little bit further south, and that was at 2,900 vehicle trips a day. Again, both of those are pretty small traffic counts. Land use plan calls for this to be single-family residential. That's up to around 2 units per acre. There's no other land use designations in that area. This community meeting was held on September 20th. There were some comments at that meeting, most of those centered on noise, lighting, and potential odors. And then several emails were received by the planning department. All those expressed concerns over the proposed location. They focused on noise, lighting, odor, potential environmental impacts, and property values. The planning board heard this item at their October 4th meeting, and they gave a recommendation to approve, and I believe that vote was 5-2. I'll be happy to answer any questions of the applicant. We do have someone here to speak on behalf of the applicant. I believe there are several other folks that are signed up.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Lee.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna read the list. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was just trying to get this ready. Tonight, what you have here is a rezoning request for a parcel of property. I want to reiterate that this is a request to rezone the property from RA 40 to RA 200 CZ. That's important because the board is not voting to actually build a wastewater treatment plant today. That is obviously something that's being considered for the future. We wanted to be open and transparent about what uses were being considered for this piece of property, but there will be future decisions by this board on whether or not to actually construct a wastewater treatment plant on this property if you do decide to rezone it, or if you move forward with another site, wherever. The board will have to make future decisions on the actual construction of a wastewater treatment plant. So I want to clarify that. Lee indicated there were no more decisions, and that is true from the zoning perspective of it, but from a matter of the construction requirements, the board has to weigh in on contracts for construction and decisions that go along the way for that. So I wanted to make that clarification. The other part of this is that the county has engaged with the property owners, Lucas Lands LLC, who currently owns the property, and they operate a landscaping business on this property. They are currently under an agricultural exemption for that landscaping business. Their intentions are to continue to operate that business for the foreseeable future. The county approached the property owner about the possible purchase of this property. It's a little over 100 acres. The county would, if this were to be approved to move forward, would acquire approximately 85 acres, and the property owner would retain 15 acres to continue operation of his landscaping business. Now, the reason for the rezoning is sort of twofold. One, if the property owner's 15 acres were to no longer qualify for an agricultural exemption, this would allow him to continue to operate his landscaping business. And I think that was important for the property owner to continue to be able to operate. Also allows him to expand that business by having greenhouses, nurseries, and those things associated with a landscaping business. It also allows for the public to be aware of what our plans are for the future of this piece of property. And there are 3 specific uses that have been called out for this conditional rezoning for the portion that could be the county's own property. That is a major or minor utility, which technically is a wastewater treatment plant. That is what's being considered at some point in the future. A solid waste convenience site, and radio broadcast towers or telecommunication towers, which are for county purposes. Now, I want to clarify what a convenience site is so that there's no misunderstanding. That is not a landfill. That is like a remote site where residents can come and bring bagged garbage. They can bring some of their recycling. They can bring electronics, drop those off. Those are then taken to our transfer station, and that's then taken to a landfill. These are small footprint areas that usually serve an area specific to that property or that location. We have currently 5 of those convenience sites in the county. We do not know whether this is a site that would be suitable for one of those at this time. It's just that's a use that could be allowed on that property. Also, all three uses could occur on this property at one time. You could have a wastewater treatment facility, major or minor utility. You could have the broadcast or telecommunication towers, and you could have a communication site. One or all, if it's approved, would be allowed on the balance of the property that the county is looking to purchase. So I want to make those things clear. These are the property here. This is, as I said, it's a little over 100 acres, located Ridge Road, actually fronts the property here. You can see this aerial. This is the operations for Lucas Lands. That's their major building, and most of their activity goes on this particular area. The property does have a significant floodplain on the property. There is almost 20 acres, or roughly 20 acres of the property is in floodplain. That's important because the county does not allow construction within the floodplain. All buildings must be built outside of the floodplain in order to limit or mitigate some of the impacts from impervious surfaces. So that land is really not usable for development purposes. You can put things like passive parks, those types of things in there, but you really cannot put development in those areas. That really leaves about 65 acres that the county would be able to potentially build the facilities I mentioned, a wastewater treatment plant, a convenience site, or a tower. This is just to show you that this is unincorporated Union County. I think Lee did mention that it is bounded by a number of jurisdictions. You've got Unionville on one side, Fairview on another, and Indian Trail. So you've got Unionville on this side, Fairview on this side. That's Indian Trail in this location over here. It is essentially like a donut hole surrounded by municipalities, but it's unincorporated, which means the rules of Union County's zoning and development requirements are what is governed on this piece of property. So one of the things that we've heard from the neighbors, and Lee pointed this out, are some of the concerns with odor, with noise, with light, impacts to their quality of life, and certainly those issues. I would venture to say most of the folks here tonight are probably here for this particular purpose, and I know that they have some things that they'd like to tell you. I do want to point out the county operates 2 traditional wastewater treatment plants already, and I want to go through a little bit of information about those. This is our Crooked Creek wastewater treatment plant. It's relatively small. It's 1.9 million gallons plant. It is in the Indian Trail area. It is surrounded by development, as you can see. It is also relatively close to a school. This is actually a school here. It's a little over 0.5 of a mile to that school location. This particular wastewater treatment plant, if you were to actually do a buffer around that treatment plant of 1,000 feet, it would be surrounded by 354 homes. If you did a 1,000-foot buffer around that particular wastewater treatment plant, there are 354 homes within 1,000 feet of that. And as I said, there's a school roughly a little over 0.5 of a mile or half a mile from that property. Let's just zoom in so you can see it a little bit better. These are all properties that are adjacent to that. You have some other homes that are in this area. This is commercial. It's in this area here. Our second wastewater treatment plant that we operate, which is more the conventional one, is the 12 Mile Creek plant. This plant is probably more comparable to what we're considering. County is considering a between 6 and 8 million gallon plant. That's what we're hoping that we can get approved at the state level. That does require environmental permitting from the state. Those things are very strictly regulated by both the state and federal levels. This is the plant that I think is most comparable to that. It's actually larger. It's 12 million gallons a day. It's located in the Waxhaw area. I want to note that on this particular piece of property, this is about 56 acres total. There is roughly 12 acres in the floodplain. You don't see it on here, but there is 12 acres within the floodplain, which leaves a balance of about 43 acres that this 12 million gallon plant is located on. County is actually looking to put a 6 to 8 million gallon plant on 65 acres. I've already taken out the 20 acres for the floodplain, so that it's much larger piece of property and a smaller footprint for the actual wastewater treatment plant. This plant is also surrounded by development, and it is in close proximity to a school as well. This is Kensington Elementary School. It is about 6/10 of a mile from the actual treatment plant, not from the property boundary, but from the plant itself. It's about 6/10 of a mile. For this particular project, there are 294 homes within 1,000 feet of this wastewater treatment plant. So again, adjacent to it in this area, 294 homes. There is also some commercial in the area, and then there is some vacant land in that area. It's just a closer shot so you can see what's there. I wanted to show you how we arrived at the buffer. So essentially our GIS allows you to put in whatever distance you want, and then it'll actually put a buffer around that, and that will select everything that's in that area. So I just wanted to give you an example of how we came up with that. And then we check that and make sure that these are homes and not vacant land. There certainly are vacant pieces of property. I'm not counting vacant pieces of property. I'm counting properties that have a home on that. So that's just to show you how we arrived at those numbers. To talk about the Ridge Road plant, so that you have something to go by. On that particular piece of property, 1,000 feet on the Ridge Road project, there are 28 properties that have homes on there at this point in time. Obviously, there's land there that could be developed in the future, but currently there would be 28 homes within 1,000 feet, similar to this as a buffer around that. And I wanted to talk about, because obviously the rezoning is about rezoning the property and not actually the decision to build the plant, but everyone's here about the decision to build a plant. What is that going to do to my property? What impact does that have? Why is the county looking at actually building a wastewater treatment plant? So the reason that the county is looking for the opportunity to build a wastewater treatment plant is because in our 2016 Water and Sewer Master Plan, we identified that we have a facility that is aging and actually will age out very soon, and that is the Crooked Creek wastewater treatment plant. At some point in time, we will need to decommission that, and that flow will need to go somewhere else. And sewer gravity is king when it comes to sewer. You really don't want to pump if you don't have to, because it costs more money to do that. And so there was an effort in our Water and Sewer Master Plan to look for locations that would be suitable in order to send that flow from the Crooked Creek plant, and ultimately consider also taking what's called our Poplar Road pump station offline, because that currently sends flow by pump to our 12 Mile Creek plant, which consumes part of our wastewater treatment capacity at that plant, almost 2 million gallons. So if you were to take the almost 2 million gallons at Poplin, as well as the nearly 2 million gallons at the Crooked Creek plant, that's roughly 4 million gallons of flow that the county could then send to a potential new site. This was shown on this map so that you could see the location of it. That would free up capacity at the 12 Mile Creek plant, which is a heavily used plant. Currently, we are at capacity at that plant. We are not issuing permits at this time. The Crooked Creek plant is very close to being at capacity. And so the goal was that at some point in the future, this would be a long-term plan to provide capacity for wastewater treatment within our county system. That's important because this board, as well as a number of our municipalities, have identified that economic development is a primary focus. It is difficult to provide economic development without having adequate water and sewer capacity to serve that. It's not impossible, but it is difficult. So as part of our water and sewer master plan, this was identified. I want to show you a copy of the property because just so you can see what we had as the 15 acres. So this map here will show you a little bit better. It's hard to see. This is the tract of property that is going through the rezoning. This is the area here. This is a larger version of it. That is the 15 acres. This is what is proposed to be retained by the property owner, Lucas Lands. And if the board were to consider rezoning this property, then there would be a purchase of the property. And the county would retain 85 acres, and that's the balance of this property here. That's the 85 acres. That's the 15 acres, so that you can get a better idea of what we're talking about. That is on the very corner of the property. So, I know there were a number of concerns, and I addressed one of them, and some of this was odor, noise, light. As from a standpoint of development of a wastewater treatment plant, and I've said this before, I can never tell the citizens and the residents of this county that there will never be any odor that comes from a wastewater treatment plant. That's disingenuous. It is a wastewater treatment plant, and occasionally there are times when you may have some odor. I will say that that is, from our perspective, we've checked our records. We have a limited number. We've had 4 complaints in the last 4 years on odor from our wastewater treatment plants. Now, that doesn't mean that people don't think that it smells bad. I'm just saying we've only received 4 complaints in the last 4 years related to the odor. 2 of those complaints were actually determined to be from the Bowater plant in South Carolina, which was actually where the smell was originated and not from our wastewater treatment facility. Again, doesn't mean that people don't think that it has some odor in the area, certainly can. I'm just telling you what we have as far as the complaints that we received. Noise, the issue for what kind of machinery, what would it sound like, certainly understandable. We had our staff go out to our largest plant, the 12 Mile Creek plant, which is one that's more comparable, and actually do a decibel level reading on that. And the decibel level for that was 44.2 decibels. Now, what does that mean? Well, essentially an automobile driving by has a louder decibel level than 44.2 decibel levels. And really what you have as far as decibel levels is a freight train 100 feet away is 80 decibel levels. And again, that's an urban residence, that's people living in a home, is 50 decibel levels. So comparable to it, it is not a significantly loud noise. Again, I understand there are noises that come from those plants, and that is not something we can say it never has noise. It does, but they're relatively low compared to the uses. Light. Obviously, that's one of the things that certainly concerns us. At the current 12 Mile Creek plant, we have a buffer around a portion of that property where we have a berm and landscaping. This particular project would have to meet all of the standards of the county's ordinances for landscaping and buffering. We could provide a berm as well as far as that, and I would recommend that be something we consider for that property. Wouldn't be around the entire piece of property, it's not necessary, but certainly for those areas that are more adjacent to the residential components, those are things that we could do. Lee mentioned that this is a rezoning, conditional rezoning, and I want to make another clarification here. Uses that are under conditional rezoning can sometimes also require a special use permit, which means that another board has to make decisions on that. That is not required if the applicant provides additional information as part of the rezoning hearing. And that's what we've done is here we have additional information for the board to hear and consider, which is not necessary for you to go through a special use permit for that. And I'm going to go through those here in a minute. And if you have any questions along the way, please don't hesitate to ask me as I go. Yes, sir.
Brian, you said that, this has to go through a permitting process with the state. If the state says that we are not allowed to build a sewer plant there, or doesn't permit a sewer plant, or they permit like a 2 million gallon sewer plant, or, a smaller
Whatever
sewer
they
plant,
give us, yes, sir.
whatever they say, are we locking anything in? What else could be put there besides the radio tower, the convenience site, which I want to ask a question about too in a little
Sure.
bit. But what else could that land be used for then, by us or anybody else?
Right, so currently, if the property is rezoned, if the board decides to rezone that, those are the only three things that would be allowed unless the board were to go through another rezoning process. You'd have to notify the adjacent property owners, you'd have to have a public hearing, you'd have to go through that process all over again to change or amend those uses. That's allowed, any board can do that. But as stands today, if this rezoning were to be approved, the only three things that can be done on the county side of the property is a major utility, which includes a wastewater treatment plant, telecommunication towers, radio and broadcast towers, and a convenience site. Those are the only three items that are being requested at this time.
Now, it's my understanding that a school can be built on any county zoning, but it could not be built on this.
No, sir, because specifically this is a conditional zoning request, and we have actually limited those uses. So the conditional zoning still applies to the county. We'd actually have to rezone the property, add schools as an allowed use on that property.
And your floodplain map showed, the part of the land that was in it. There's no chance, like the other convenience site that was shut down, I believe, recently was up on 218.
Yes, sir.
In New Salem. And when the floods came through from those two hurricanes, it was a catastrophe. We had dumpsters overturned and
Yes, sir.
pollution in the creek, stuff
Yes,
like
sir.
that. That wouldn't happen here at all, couldn't happen.
There's 65 acres of land that is not in the floodplain. Obviously, we would want to site anything well away from that. And keep in mind that our 12 Mile Creek plant is also sited on a floodplain. That's where you want your wastewater treatment plants. You want them near a floodplain, but we would do our best to site anything well outside the floodplain.
So there'd be no chance of water overflowing into this.
There would be a very slim chance. It would have to be a storm that would be so massive that it would flood everything in the area, well outside the flood zone. Now, that's not common. The flood zone is usually the flood zone. That's where the flooding occurs.
Commissioner Hales.
Yes, can you explain why we're looking at this particular piece of property? Because state regulations have a major impact on that decision.
Certainly. So as I indicated before, our master plan, our water and sewer master plan indicated that in the future, and the future's not far away, that we would be slim on capacity and we would need to consider what are we going to do to increase our wastewater treatment capacity. The best way to actually accommodate that was to provide something in the Yadkin River Basin. This is part of the Yadkin River Basin. The commissioners gave us, the staff, a directive that you wanted to find a piece of property that A, was in unincorporated Union County, B, was not in Fairview or Unionville because you were sensitive to their concerns with development potential in their community. And then lastly, you wanted it to be hopefully with a property owner who was willing to sell the property to the county. And those were some things that we had some challenges with. You obviously have the ability to do condemnation to obtain this property if you choose to, but the goal has been all along to find a willing property owner and purchase that property through that property owner. I hope I answered your question.
Well, what I was interested in our public knowing is that it's one of the last locations in that part of the county that has enough space to facilitate that.
Sure.
Plus, the regulations, you've got to have a stream to
Yes, sir.
discharge into.
I'm sorry, I did not catch on to what. So to your point, again, you gave us those parameters. The next parameters that we have to meet are the environmental parameters, and that includes the discharge limits for the wastewater treatment plant. And Mr. Rushing indicated that, well, what if the state doesn't approve a wastewater treatment plant or a much smaller wastewater treatment plant? And those are all determined by the North Carolina Department of Environment and Natural Resources. They're the ones who review the requested size of the plant. They determine what are called the treatment limits that we would have to meet. They determine the stream discharge limits, and that's important because they may agree or disagree with what we're asking for. If we're asking for 8 million gallons, they may not agree to approve an 8 million gallon plant. They may say the stream cannot handle that amount of flow. We're not going to have those answers until after we have submitted all of those environmental studies, environmental analysis to the state for them to then review and get back to us on that. We've done some preliminary work. We do believe that the stream there can handle a wastewater discharge at that location. We already have a wastewater discharge in that stream through Crooked Creek. So the goal here is to, again, take one plant offline, and then you would have only one discharge, which would be from this plant. Therefore, you're not increasing the discharge limits, and you're able to meet those environmental requirements. That answer your question, sir?
Yeah, and also note that the discharge that goes into from a waste treatment plant today is potable water. I don't want to test that theory, but that's what they say.
Well,
It'll clearly be better water than you find in the creek.
I would say that the water, and I can say this with certainty, the water that comes out of the treatment plant, the effluent that comes out of the treatment plant is cleaner than the water that is in the stream. Why? Because the streams have runoff from farm activities, from people's homes where they have fertilizer or they have pesticides, or you even have septic tanks that sometimes fail and discharge in the streams. Those things all occur along streams. So the water that comes out of a wastewater treatment plant is highly regulated. We have to treat it to a certain level. And so it is cleaner than the water that's in the stream. When we actually build a water treatment plant to drink, we then have to pull the water out of the stream, and we have to treat it again to make it so that it's drinkable at that point in time. So you don't drink the water necessarily when it's in the stream. We still have to clean it even more when we provide it to homes for them to have as drinking water.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, how old is the lower Crooked Creek plant?
It was built in the 1980s, I believe around 1986, if I'm not mistaken.
So that would make it how old?
Asked me to do math.
Yeah, I know, I don't want to do it either.
36 years.
Yeah, it's-
So the lifespan of a sewer plant, you're talking about decommissioning it, is like 40 years?
So really what it depends on is how long can you find all of the components to make the plant actually continue to operate. So when you build a wastewater treatment plant, there are all of these mechanisms and things that you have to make it operate. Unfortunately, sometimes those components don't exist anymore, and that's what we're running into with the current Crooked Creek plant. We actually have to have them manufactured, we have to make them, or we have to go on eBay and see if we can find parts on eBay and replace it that way, because they just don't have those parts available. And then the other part of it has to do with the structures themselves. The structures do start to deteriorate. Not that you can't repair them, but obviously you are limited to what you can do, especially when you are constantly treating your flow at that plant.
Well, I've got a home that was built in 1998, and I've got a septic tank. The failure rate on a septic tank, or if my septic tank goes bad, I have to
You'll have
replace the
to dig
septic
that tank up and replace that tank,
But
usually.
I can do that. That's one thing that concerns me is, again, if we're gonna be building sewer plants and they have to be decommissioned in 40, 30, 50 years and find a new place to build them, we're gonna be running out of places to build them, especially if we're building houses.
Sir, and I'm not saying that every treatment plant that we have, we're going to have to decommission it in 40 or 50 years. It's this particular plant that we have that we're running out of, number one, space, because it's small, it's 1.9 million gallons. It's in an area which is a high-growth area for the county, and don't have any ability to expand that on that footprint and add capacity. And so the study actually looked at all of those things, and that's why it recommended that.
So that's the main concern. It's not, it's not that we
multiple.
can't manufacture the part.
We can continue to operate that plant, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
I still have a couple of things I need to go
Okay.
through, if you don't mind, sir. So these, part of requirements, we have to go through some findings, and there are a number of findings that we have to report to the board. There's 5 of them. I'm going to go through those very quickly. One is the proposed use and development comply with all regulations and standards generally applicable within the zoning district and specifically applicable to the particular type of special use. And here's the answer to that. When constructed, all uses on the site will be developed in conformance with applicable standards in the Union County Development Ordinance, including but not limited to screening, lighting, parking, setbacks, etc., as well as all other applicable local, state, and federal requirements. And this will also include any environmental standards identified as part of the permitting process for the proposed uses. And understand all of those uses require some kind of additional permitting. It's not just the county, but even a tower as well as a convenience site have other permitting requirements you'd have to meet. Number 2, the proposed development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. The proposed uses included in the rezoning application will not materially endanger the public health or safety of nearby residents. The proposed uses that are not currently on the site are relatively low-volume traffic generators. The proposed uses could help to provide essential services to the county and the area included for public sewer, more convenient garbage disposal, and better 911 and other communication coverage for the county. Wastewater treatment facilities are highly regulated at both the state and federal level to ensure that impacts to water supplies, surface waters, including streams, and groundwater are mitigated. Number 3, the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of abutting property or is a public necessity. Number 1, this is considered a public necessity. It's a utility, so that's part of it. We did actually retain the services of a licensed appraiser, had him evaluate some of our other sites and what impact they've had on property values, and he rendered an opinion. That was more so an appraisal. Based on the attached report, the proposed uses will not substantially injure the value of abutting properties. The report found that recent sales of residential properties around our 2 existing wastewater facilities have not been adversely affected by the location of that. In addition, the proposed uses of a wastewater treatment facility, a convenience site, or communication tower are essential public functions that will help provide long-term stability to economic viability, public health, and safety of Union County as a whole. Number 4, the proposed development will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. All right, the proposed site, when developed, will be required to meet all standards in the Union County Development Ordinance, included but not limited to screening, lighting, parking, setbacks, etc., as well as all other applicable local, state, and federal requirements. These standards are in place to help mitigate impacts to nearby residents. Harmony is also defined as balance. While the public utility function is not necessarily similar to the surrounding uses, the local government must balance the need for public utilities and functions with the impacts to surrounding properties. When developed in accordance with the standards, the project will be in general harmony with the surrounding areas. And number 5, the proposed development will be in general conformity with the comprehensive plan. The Union County Comprehensive Plan does not address specific locations for water and sewer facilities, communications towers, or convenience sites. The Union County Comprehensive Plan, as well as plans of all communities in Union County, does address the location of residential, commercial, and industrial development. To accommodate existing and future development, including economic development activities, a new wastewater treatment facility has been identified in the area. In addition, the Union County Water and Sewer Master Plan identifies the need for a wastewater treatment facility in the Yadkin Basin and the general area. The comprehensive plan helps to guide the Water and Sewer Master Plan. The proposed uses are in general conformity with the comprehensive plan. I can answer any other questions you might have, but that is my presentation on this particular request at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Okay, before we start with our people that signed up, I'm going to read this one more time, and we're going to run this a little differently. We've got a number 2, we've got an on-deck seat up here that I'm going to call 2 names out. The first one to speak and the second one to be in the spot. You'll have 3 minutes. And that way it'll sort of allow it to flow better. Each speaker must address the board from the lectern and begin their remarks by giving their name, stating whether they are residents of Union County, indicating the municipality within which they reside, if any, and stating the topic about which they intend to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make remarks. A speaker may not yield any of his or her time to another speaker. Speakers may not discuss matters which are subject of public hearings, but in this case, you're speaking to the public hearing. And they must be courteous in their language and presentation. Restatements or repetitive comments by the same speaker, whether at the same or separate meeting, may be ruled out of order and terminated by the chair. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Speakers may leave written comments and or supporting documents, if any, with the clerk to the board. And we're going to do everything possible with the number we've got signed up, 18 people. We'll be able, well, we got a few more, it's 22 now. But we think we can get to all of them. Monica Cease, you're first, and Mitchell Allen, if you'll come up to the number 2 seat.
My name is Monica Seals. I live at 5022 Friendly Baptist Church Road in Indian Trail, and I'm speaking on the waste treatment plant or proposal. I understand what is motivating Lucas Loan to accept this sale. I want to drill down further to see why the board is pushing so hard to have this proposal passed. Once the land is purchased, that's just the beginning of the business deals. The land will need to be surveyed, graded, roads built around the facility, and the facility itself built. The additional sewage capacity will also allow for more housing developments and commercial businesses to be built in Union County. When I researched campaign donations, the top individual donors were in fact the same business owners that stand to get a large chunk of tax money. They were commercial developer and builder, road construction, general contractor, home builder, real estate broker, masonry contractor, heavy equipment and grading. This is what's driving the board to pass this proposal. They have written checks to upcoming developments and construction that our current sewage system cannot cash. Board members, these donors may have contributed money, but they can only vote once. The crowd you see here today and the people you say you represent will remember how each of you voted. For those of you who vote for this atrocity around our homes, our children, and our schools, we will voice our discontent by voting you out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Allen, and Scott Robba is up next after Mr. Allen.
Evening, Board, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Mitch Allen. I live at 1104 Flamingo Road, Lancaster, South Carolina. I'm here to oppose rezoning of Lucas lands for the wastewater treatment plant. I'm a graduate of Piedmont High School, class 2005. I attended Unionville Elementary in both buildings, the old and the one currently being used. I went to school with Simpsons, Hams, Russian, Balkans, Williams, and I'm sure a couple rapes. I'm also a Life Scout and was part of Troop 169 in Unionville. I remember a lot about Union County. I remember about the gas station on 601 beside Lakeview Baptist, where Porter Ridge School stands. I remember chicken houses, a house, and an old oak tree. Where Henry Bridge was just an intersection, an old building. Wesley Chapel was a church, a school. A lot has changed in a very short period of time. It seems like Union County is losing its soul in what makes Union County Union County. My grandpa and grandma, Luther and Annabelle Allen, worked hard for what they had. They worked hard to provide for 5 kids. I would hear stories of my aunts and uncles working in the fields and the barn to help them what you see today on Friendly Baptist Church Road. Even grandpa helped build that church that there's now. My grandpa and grandma worked hard to provide a little bit of heaven for them, and I think they did a pretty good job at it. There's nothing more relaxing to be back at mom and dad sitting on the back porch, smelling the air, listening to the sounds of the country. It's almost like heaven. My mom, she's worked her whole life, along with my late dad, to have what they wanted for retirement, and she almost has it. What hurts more now is to think that my mom will be sitting on the back porch a few years from now, and that little bit of heaven is gone. This is not family land. This is family land that will be passed down to each other. This family land is what ties us to the past. Not many have left that road. Not many has left that county because we love this life. I've had in my head now what I was going to say today, how this was going to go down, what kind of questions I was going to ask. I was going to yell and I was going to stomp my feet. But my mom, like always, said, you got to do it the Christian way. And I'm hard-headed and I like going my own way. And as much as I want to yell and do that, I'm going to respect my mom and her wishes, especially in front of the board and the public side. I'm asking you to not do this. There should be family here that are no longer with us. My dad needs to be here doing this with me, but I'm not alone. I have found fellowship with these people that are behind me, with one common goal, and that's to keep Union County what makes it special. My scoutmaster told me about a contest, I think it was in the 70s, where the county needed a symbol. It's a symbol behind that projection screen. He won that contest, and I studied that symbol for days, looking at the county, understanding what that symbol means, who we are, where we wanted to go. Not sure if it was part of the original, but it says planned progress. I'm not sure what that means to you in this board, but this doesn't seem like planned progress. Not sure what this is, but deep down I know this isn't right. Feels too fast, feels unreal, and feels dirty. Before I leave, I need you to ask yourself, if this was your family, your community, would you not be doing the same thing, fighting for what's right? Vote no, give my mom and others what they have worked their whole life for, and that's the peace. Thank you, board, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Scott Robb is up and Brian Helms will be next.
My name's Scott Roba. I live in Friendly Baptist Church Road. I think I can speak for a lot of people in this room on this topic. We do not want the sewer treatment facility in our backyard. We understand that growth is needed, but we all believe there's a better spot for this facility. We all have showed up in big numbers and shared our concerns and overall health, air quality, water quality, property values, and future out here on this land. We ask that you put this project on hold until all studies have been conducted and you know all the details regarding environmental, wildlife, and lastly, the flooding zones on our roads, which have been covered by the news media outlets. Can you imagine what kind of damage a hurricane would do in this area, as well as 8 million gallons a day being treated at this facility and having that run off into our nearby creeks? We would all be underwater and stuck with an unmanned sewer station. The bacteria alone would have a tremendous effect on our health. Studies have shown that living close to a sewage treatment plant can have long-lasting health concerns and lead to possible death. We, the people, put our trust in you, the board, that we voted in and sworn in to protect and serve the people of Indian Trail. We ask that you take this seriously and recognize what's at stake here for everyone who lives in this community. Even though this is not in your backyard, we ask that you evaluate and handle this with dignity and respect for the taxpayers and homeowners of Indian Trail, North Carolina. Lastly, the impact of new developments. Almost 28,000 new homes could be built in this area. Overcrowded roads, schools, and emergency stations with no plans to expand those areas at all. This is not a smart decision, and you cannot base this decision only on the amount of money this will bring in. Please do your research, see the impact on all sides, including you putting yourselves in our shoes for a day to look at this perspective. Vote no to the sewer treatment facility on Lucas lands.
Christopher Allen will be up after Brian.
Good evening, Commissioners and Union County staff. My name is Brian Helms. I'm a lifelong resident of unincorporated Union County. I'd like to thank this board for allowing the residents of the county to voice their views tonight. Tonight's hearing, however, is not just a simple rezoning request. This Board of Commissioners is faced with a decision. This decision is one that has the ability to forever alter our county and our communities. Even Stallings and Hemby Bridge may be affected. There's a room full of people here tonight that are opposed to this project and this rezoning and potential land purchase, what it would facilitate. There are 3 allowable uses of this property based on the funding: a sewer plant, a satellite trash dump, or even a telecommunications tower. None of those restricted uses, however, are appealing to the people. Although the county does not have to rezone the Lucas property to acquire it, it's my hope that each of you will listen to the concerns of the people of this county and act in the spirit of the will of the people tonight. Make no mistake, tonight is the first step in a process to build a new sewer plant for Union County. This sewer plant will facilitate future growth, and if it proceeds, the burden of this expense will be paid by existing ratepayers through utility rate increases. This was verified by county staff in the last planning board meeting. I stand in opposition to this method of funding. Putting the burden of future growth on the backs of existing ratepayers to the tune of incremental rate increases is what is easy, but it's not what's right. In the May 25th special meeting, Commissioner Simpson stated, "The cost far exceeds the need. Sometimes the best action is no action." He also expressed concern about binding the hands of future boards, as he and Commissioner Rushing voted against the utility rate increases. I commend Commissioner Simpson for his patience and his thoughtfulness. I believe more of that is needed now. As we sit here tonight, we have more questions than answers. My dad used to say, "You can't cross a bridge until you get to it." I think the same saying applies here. It is said that a new 8 million gallon per day treatment plant can service 28,571 homes. We should be asking, how much additional capacity will this actually create? You heard from staff. No one in this room knows the answer to that. Number 2, how do we define noise? Noise has as much to do with pitch and frequency as it does decibels. Number 3, the property values. Have the property values near the existing facilities not dropped due to the sewer plant, or is it because the real estate market is at an all-time high? We should also be asking, is this growth feasible for our county? What is the impact on our schools? Simply put, we must address the needs of the present before we look to the wants of the future. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Virgil Allen will be on deck. Christopher Allen will be speaking now.
Mr. Chairperson, Commissioners, my name is Christopher Lee Allen, and I reside at 5107 Friendly Baptist Church Road. I am in that donut hole, and I directly abut the property. I stand in opposition to the rezoning of the property, the intent of which is the building of a sewage and wastewater processing facility to serve Indian Trail. We do not want to become Indian Trail's outhouse, nor pay for uncontrolled high-density housing growth with a loss in our quality of life. I'm not against growth, but this is not the organic growth that Union County citizens desire. There are many questions that need to be answered and detailed studies done in order to protect the well-being, health, and quality of the life of the residents. Examples are, what is the possible effect on the water aquifers? I am way off the road. I have a deep well. I'm fortunate to have good water quality. Like myself, many others in the area depend on wells that existed long before the county water was possible. I asked a question about studies on the impact of these wells in the very first meeting at Lucas Lands, and the response was that they were not aware of any studies. That is disturbing. What about flooding? This area is well known in Union County to be one of the worst flood zones in the county. We often only have one way out, and that's down Price Road. We have seen all news stories about these sewage facilities flooding and untreated wastewater being released into the watershed. This facility would also receive sewage from a hospital that adds an additional concern. What about the impact of the permeating odor and the airborne particulates, bacteria, and harmful chemical aerosols it would contain? What about studies on the increase of respiratory illnesses and the other effects such as skin irritants and cancers? Is there a danger or impact to the infants, children, or students at the nearby schools who would be subjected to this daily? It is well known that the smell, along with all airborne contaminants, extend for quite a distance from these facilities. If it were my responsibility to make the decision that is before you, I would personally review the results of these studies before considering the rezoning request. I would feel negligent if I didn't do so. I am standing for my grandchildren, as I assumed every parent who has a child in the area or attending Porter Ridge schools would also do. I ask that you deny the rezoning request. It is not only a question about what is legal, but about what is right. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, Virgil Allen and Dorothy Quinonius will be after you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Virgil Allen. I reside at 5020 Friendly Baptist Church Road, Indian Trail, and I stand in opposition to this rezoning and planning of this sewage plant. Myself and the overwhelming majority of our community urge you to vote against the rezoning and purchase of Lucas lands to build a sewage plant will not even serve this area and will negatively impact our lives. If this goes forward, there will be even more unhappy citizens of Union County. This county is and has been quickly losing its identity and heritage in favor of county and town planners, developers, investors, and builders, all with the goal to build, build, build. I am not against growth, however, it is happening way too fast, and I'm sure most of Union County residents and constituents will agree that it looks like it's out of control, even though the planning department has it planned out through the 2050 plan, but that's what they get paid for. To lifetime Union County residents that have grown up here and raised families here, this is unacceptable. Anyone who has ever driven this stretch of Ridge and Lawyers Road can attest that with every heavy rain event, the creek floods the area and the roads are impassable. A sewage plant here near the floodplain of Ridge and Lawyers Road and the North Fork of Crooked Creek is not a wise decision and is a recipe for disaster. To summarize, building a sewage plant here will negatively impact the lives of everyone in this and surrounding communities. Please listen to the citizens of Union County. Slow down and send this back to the planning department to find an alternative solution and vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kara Marino will be up after Miss Dorothy.
My name is Dorothy Quinones. I live on Ridgeview Lane in unincorporated Union County. I am opposed to the rezoning of this property located on Ridge Road because it will allow the construction of an 8 million gallon wastewater treatment plant. I live in the buffer, and I was not notified of the planning meeting. I am convinced this is not an appropriate site for a wastewater treatment plant, not only because of the close proximity to Porter Ridge schools, but more importantly because of the flooding that occurs around Crooked Creek. An 8 million gallon capacity facility's discharge would put too much strain on the creek. Have any preliminary studies been done to determine what impact the discharge from this treatment plant would have on the land around the treatment plant, which floods during a heavy rain, and the land downstream of it? I would think at least minimal investigation should be done before spending large amounts of taxpayer money to purchase the land. I did a little research, and this is what I found. An acre foot is a term used when measuring water volume. An acre foot is approximately 326,000 gallons of water. To give you a picture of what that looks like, it is the amount of water that would cover a football field 1 foot deep. Now imagine that football field 10 feet deep. That would be the approximate daily discharge into the creek when the treatment plant is at half capacity. On FEMA's floodplain map that can be used to determine if you need to buy flood insurance for your home, The banks of Crooked Creek are in a required to buy flood insurance zone from Ridge Road until 2 miles outside of Fairview, and it has a flood insurance recommended zone for the rest of the way until it reaches the Rocky River. I don't believe Crooked Creek would be able to handle the volume of water that would need to be discharged into it from a waste treatment facility. The discharge would adversely affect the flow and lead to erosions of the bank of the creek. On the U.S. Fish and Wildlife website, there is a tool that can be used to find out if endangered species are believed to be inhabiting an area. I found 6 threatened or endangered species that are probable to inherit the area in and around the banks of the Crooked Creek, both at the site and for at least 10 miles downstream. There are 3 threatened species, and there are 3 endangered species, which include the Carolina heel splitter. They are very sensitive to the chemicals that are found in waste treatment discharge. I found a local watershed plan for Goose Creek and Crooked Creek dated March 31st, 2009 on nc.gov. It indicated that the high-density development water runoff was endangering the creeks of Union County, causing the creek bank erosion and damaging the habitat of the hill splitter. And we all know that the county has had a lot more high-density building since 2009. The proposed treatment plant is to allow for even more high density in the future. The planning board did not do sufficient due diligence before sending this approval to the Board of Commissioners for a vote. I urge you to vote no, or at least send it back to the planning board for further review.
Thank you. Sharon Elaine Gregory will be the next one after Ms. Marino.
Good evening. My name is Kara Marino. My husband and I live at Friendly Baptist Church Road. Our property is contiguous with the proposed site of the sewage facility. We have worked 25 years to finally build the home we have always wanted to build. We finally finished building and moved in July, and now the county wants to relieve sewage facilities in distant parts of Union County by building a sewage facility some 1,100 to 1,500 feet from my new back porch. All our neighbors are also very upset that this project is being proposed so nearby. My dear neighbors Maria and Lucio Salas, you may be able to tell from their names that they are immigrants from Mexico. They are some of the hardest working Americans I have ever met. They too have worked very hard to buy land and build the home of their dreams here. Our other dear neighbors, the Milicevics and the Robas, whom you heard from tonight, are on the cusp of building their homes. All of us here tonight have all worked very hard to build our lives and friendships and community here in Union County. And this sewage facility is not part of our plan, nor is it our dream. It's a nightmare. We are utterly dismayed and disgusted that this is even up for discussion so close to our daily lives. To the commissioners in favor of this sewage facility project, by show of hands, how many of you have taken time to ask Brian Matthews questions as if your way of life and happiness depended on it? Let me tell you, I have. He answered some of those questions to me. He gave you tonight. Did you know that there will be the noise of turbines and machinery 24/7? And the noise of 2 to 3 tanker trucks per day coming to haul off dried biosolids to South Carolina farms? Did you know some solids have to be pulled out and are only suitable for the landfill, so they are laid out in the open to dry, and depending on when there's a low barometric pressure, like when there's dew, fog, or mist, and depending on which way the wind blows, it will produce a smell. Did you know that the county already has 5 household garbage drop locations, and the need for and the funding for probably isn't existent or desirable? We will, those of you on the Board of Commissioners in favor of this project should be very aware we will be campaigning against you. A local mini red wave is coming your way. Lastly, there's a saying I'm sure many of you have heard before, but I find it particularly poignant for this occasion. It does not matter how much perfume you pour on a pile of crap. it's still just a pile of crap. This sewage facility isn't even designed yet, and it already stinks. If you want to keep your seat, vote no on rezoning and purchasing this land. This is not the location you were looking for.
Teresa Broadway will be the next person up.
My name's Sharon Gregory, and I live off Price Road in Indian Trail, and I'm here to speak out and oppose the rezoning of the Lucas lands. Although I concur with everyone that has spoken so far, I'm really here as a parent, and I want to speak out on what this means for one of your largest school system clusters in Union County. You literally have hundreds of students on any given day that utilize these sports complexes, that utilize these playgrounds. And there are many studies that show the increased risk of respiratory disorders, the increased risk of skin disorders, the increased risk of autoimmune conditions, which are already on the rise in our children. And so I ask that until studies can be done to show that this will not have an impact on our youth, that you please postpone your decision or vote no. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Broadway's up, and Chris Zabdula will be next.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Teresa Broadway, and my husband and I live on Rocky River Road North, close to the site. And I'm here to speak against the rezoning of the land for the proposed wastewater treatment plant. My concern is the health of the area residents and also especially the health of the 3,500 plus students at Porter Ridge Schools, which is approximately 0.3 miles from this site through the woods. I have reviewed multiple studies and in fact have a handful of them here with me today. And these studies tested air samples from various wastewater treatment sites. And along with these studies, they researched the health of the area residents and what the effects of the wastewater treatment sites had on those residents. The air samples from these studies showed a strong presence of dangerous airborne pathogens and microorganisms, including the SARS-CoV-2 virus. We're in a whole different age now with our air pathogens. They also showed various chemicals, some as high as 100 times stronger than the minimal exposure risk levels for chronic health infections. In the studies that researched the effects on health, they observed significant differences in the residents close to the treatment plant versus those that lived further away. Some of the most common health issues, as you have already heard, some of those that were cited were respiratory and gastrointestinal diseases and symptoms. In multiple of these studies, they noted a greater number of adverse health effects in children than in adults. And in the studies, it said that it could probably be attributed to their less developed immune systems. I would like to share a quote from one of the studies, and again, there are multiple studies that I have been through, but this one I felt summed up best what a lot of the quotes or a lot of the studies were saying. And this quote says, the obtained results shows that the proximity to a wastewater treatment plant deteriorates the health of nearby residents. It's a pretty strong statement. The health impact of the sewage treatment plant that was in this report extended up to approximately 1.24 miles from its border. All of the Porter Ridge schools are well within this area of concern for negative health impacts. So I urge you to vote no to this location for the health and well-being of our area residents, and especially for the 3,500 plus students at Porter Ridge Elementary, middle, and high schools. Thank you.
Gene Henry Dixon will be up after this gentleman.
Hello, everybody. Hope you can see me okay. I tried to find my louder shirts, but they were in the wash. Before we start the time, I would like to get, and I want to understand how to use the time. In other words, if I ask you a question, does my time run on, or do you pause it while you're answering it?
We don't answer any questions.
You don't answer questions, okay. Can I get clarity on some things from Brian over here?
It's basically a public hearing,
Okay.
and just for your comments, and you'll need to state your name, address, and where you live.
Sure thing. I just wanted to clarify now. Thank you. So my name is Chris Zbodula, 1712 Price Road, Indian Trail, North Carolina, and I believe we're unincorporated. We're kind of on the line there between Village of Indian Trail, but pretty sure we're unincorporated. Waste treatment is the topic, and oppose the rezoning, of course. Okay. So when we went to the planning board meeting, Brian over here said that gravity is king, but when we asked him about the pump station that they just did on Fairview Indian Trail Road near Big Red's Bed and Breakfast or Bed and Biscuit or whatever it is, well, if I'm not correct about it, I believe he said that pumps it to Waxhaw, all right? So then when we discussed with him about the rivers not being able to handle just the regular rainwater flow, with overflowing and stuff, he said, well, that's not a problem, then we'll pump it further down the river, okay? So we're willing to pump that way, and we're willing to pump that way, but we can't put this plant somewhere else and pump it to wherever it needs to go, or whatever needs to go to it, okay? I asked about the due diligence on this, basic due diligence. Now, I have an engineering background, I'm a business owner of 35 years, and I'm a professional inventor, so I got a little creativity in me. So I had asked about any due diligence, any basic due diligence, as far as, you know, we know that we got the heel splitter mussel here, we know about the other endangered species, and I believe the answer was no to that, okay? So if we're going to make a $4.8 million purchase of a land, how is it possible that not even the simplest basic due diligence was done to find out you could, when we called up, who did we call up in Atlanta? Fish and Wildlife, and they charge nothing to come down, and a soil engineer is pretty inexpensive to see what's, you know, what's out there. As well as if you're going to be willing to pipe it, you know, downstream, or wherever they were talking about, the chance of hitting wildlife that's endangered species just increases that much more dramatically. So there's a question about, it's RA 200 or is it RA 200 CZ, and what is the difference between the two? So between the planning board meeting and what was spoken tonight, there's been so much conflicting information, and this was jammed down our throat. We had 2 weeks to respond to this, and this is a heck of a turnout. Thank you, everybody, for turning out. Okay? So first of all, I am disgusted with this despicable practice, this underhanded and despicable practice of only needing to notify the 2 neighboring homes about this. We all found out by accident hearsay at the last minute. My friends over there are 100 feet away from where the physical plant is going, and they were never notified. So that has to change. We're in discussions with people in Raleigh to get that changed. Oh boy, and I'm just getting started here. Okay, so I just have a question to all of you. I know you can't answer it, but do you care if Union County becomes Charlotte? Because I think all of us decided to move out to the country to get away from Charlotte. We originally looked up at Mooresville, my wife and I, in the Huntersville area and stuff like that, and there was one way in and one way out, and they were building like crazy. Thank God we didn't go there. We came from Long Island, New York, where our taxes in a small 3-bedroom ranch
Sir, you've went past your time.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Brittany Hodge Allen will be coming up after Mr. Dixon.
My name is Gene Dixon. I live 1307 Ridgeview Lane, which is right beside of where you're wanting to build this plant. I live approximately 1,000 feet away. And these 2 streams that he talked about that very seldom, if ever floods, every hard rain, you go down to my house and see how many roads you can find out. You'll find Price Road. Other ones are covered with water from where the creek flooded. So tell me, somewhere that floods with ever hard rain, it's gonna take 8 million more gallons of water per day. Them roads, you're never gonna get out. Never. You're gonna be sitting at home all the time hoping Price Road is not full of traffic so you can't get out that way. But I fully oppose to the rezoning of this land, and I'm asking each one of you to vote no. And I've got one question for each one of you, including you. Would you like to live that close to that place after it's rezoned and that sewage plant is built? You would sure enjoy the smell, because everybody else will. Thank you.
Tracy Laura Allen is up after Brittany Allen.
Hello, my name is Brittany Allen. I live off of Lawyers Road in the Unionville area and would like to speak about my concerns with the proposed wastewater treatment plant. My family owns and runs the little farm previously owned by Reverend Vance Edwards, my great-grandfather. You've heard the many concerns about the smell and tankers constantly entering and leaving the facility, but my concern is of a much more serious nature. Our entire county could be endangered if the sludge being removed from this facility is ever used on our fields as fertilizer. Farmers in other states have been encouraged to spread the sludge on fields as a low-cost means for them to fertilize their land. I'm concerned that the farmers in our area would be unaware of the dangers of spreading the sludge, since most of us have used chicken manure on our fields for years. In Maine, many farms have been forced to shut down, and they are investigating 700 more fields for PFA pollution. For example, Songbird Farms began an organic operation in 2014 on land that, unknown to them, had been fertilized with wastewater sludge many years prior to their purchase. In 2021, when they discovered this had been done, testing showed that their drinking water, chickens' blood, crops, and irrigation water all contained high levels of the toxic PFAs. They immediately had to recall all of their produce and stop farming their land. Ironwood Farm, which is 6 miles away from Songbird, also found high levels of PFAs which had migrated from this same neighbor's sludge-contaminated field. Stone Ridge Farm had to kill most of its cows and livestock in 2019 due to finding contamination in the milk. Their family is also suffering from many health concerns and is now on welfare due to not being able to run their 100-acre farm that has been in their family for 3 generations. Senator Stacey Brennan of Maine has now said it seems prudent at this point to end land application of biosolids. Michigan is also uncovering contaminated beef and linking public health problems to the contaminated drinking water. The Environmental Working Group has estimated that close to 20 million acres of cropland in the United States is now contaminated with high levels of PFAs. In a conversation with Mark Watson, he very kindly and thoroughly explained the processes of waste management and the need for expansion. Since his family raises cattle, he was aware of why I had concerns. He also said that right now the sludge would be spread in the land in South Carolina, and there isn't a plan to encourage farmers in Union County to use it. However, he mentioned the phrase, "never say never," which confirmed my thoughts that it could happen in the future if people are not aware of the dangers. He also mentioned that a landscaping firm is hoping to use it on a large scale. Where are they spreading the sludge? Do their customers know what's being spread on their property, possibly in natural areas near their wells? Does the landscaping company even know the danger of the material they are handling? Please do not allow them to spread this toxic waste on our land. I understand the desire and obligation to meet the needs of our growing community. However, it must be done in a way which ensures the safety of people moving to our area as well as those who now live and farm in Union County. This problem would affect crops, livestock, produce, and even the underlying water table, affecting wells for miles from contaminated fields, which would ultimately harm the people of Union County. In closing, I pray that you will take the necessary action to ensure that the sludge is banned from being spread in our fields or used in any way in our area now and in the future. If at all possible, please find a different location for this wastewater plant. Thank you for your careful consideration.
All right, after Miss Allen, Antonio Dwayne McIntosh will be next.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for letting us speak with you today. My name is Tracy Allen, and I live at 4300 Allenby Place in Monroe, about 2 miles or so from the actual facility itself. There are a couple different points that I would like to point out from the speakers that came through today and talked to us about it. The study that they did on the 2016 traffic pattern, how many developments have been built at this point, at now? There are so many developments that 2016 traffic study is irrelevant. There's no need for that traffic study. You need to go out and do more studies on it. Just like everyone else has said here, why is this being pushed through so quickly? Another couple of things that they mentioned is I loved how they used the 5/10 away and the 7/10 away to make it seem like, the schools were a little bit further, a little bit closer to the actual treatment plants that are currently out right now. This one is 1/4 of a mile away from the school. Fecal material, if you smell it, it's in the air. It's going to go in the school systems. Kids go outside and play. There's an elementary school there. They have to go outside almost every single day to go play. You have the football team practicing out there. They are breathing in all of these fecal material particles in their lungs. I live in an area that, unfortunately, I have a wastewater easement on my property, and my kids play out there. My dogs go and run out there. I cannot imagine what can get on my children and my animals. My animals can track that into my house, which is unsanitary, no matter how much we try to clean it. Whenever it rains, whenever I'm at work and it is raining, I have to ask my boss if I can leave early because I'm scared of how I'm going to get home. I have to sit there and actually think of different ways that I can come home because of the flooding on the roads near where the rezoning is going to be. I have to actually think about that. And if they're saying that it does not flood enough to be able to cause any issues, if I'm having to think every time I hear rain outside of my work of a way to come home so I can safely come home without, going off into a ditch or, heaven forbid, go into a creek that has overflowed, there's a problem with that. This should not be happening. Can you imagine what would happen if another hurricane came through like a couple of years ago? There are actually pictures online of hurricanes than the waters that have, caused in this area. This is ridiculous. We should not have to worry about the fecal material and all the chemicals that they're using to be able to, live our lives where the flooding has been. Now, he did mention that there were 3 possible uses for this land. However, the only one that he actually zeroed in on was the wastewater treatment plant, like it's already a done deal. So why are we even saying that, there could potentially be 2 other options whenever it seems like that has already been decided? Again, it makes no sense. I beg you to take your time and review all of this again. And vote no tonight, or at least go back and review it again to make sure that this is what is needed in this area. Thank you.
Okay, next up behind Mr. McIntosh is Michael Bruce Best.
Good evening. Antonio McIntosh. I live at 4315 Poplar Grove Road. Had to think about the address because I'm very new to the community. The reason why my wife and I moved to Indian Trail is because wanted the sense of community and the growth of Indian Trail, and we love the area. We love the community that we're in. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. And I just learned recently about the rezoning and the water treatment plant plan probably a little less than 10 days ago. And the reason why I came, because I wrestled whether or not I wanted to speak or not, but the reason why I came tonight is to gather more information, to learn, and to also hear the passions of the citizens in the community. And I've heard a lot of great information from my peers, my community, but I'm asking and begging that you reconsider approving the rezoning and the water treatment plant. One, the health complications that it could offer, especially knowing that it's 1/4 of a mile away from Poplar Grove or Porter Ridge School. And I just can't imagine the scent, the health complications that the students and the children in the community would be subject to. I lived around the water treatment plant, so I know the stench, and it's not a pleasant one. I do have respiratory issues and concerns. I'm noting some of the symptoms even in my children, so I cannot imagine, and I'm kind of appalled that this is in our future. And I disagree, and I'm hoping that, that you would reconsider making a decision of voting yes to it. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Best, Lee Michelle Vaccaro Faherty.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Best. I live here in Union County, Indian Trail. I have family, kids that go to the Porter Ridge school system. And when I learned about the sewage plant, I was appalled. I was thinking to myself, who would want to build something next to an elementary, a middle, and a high school, all clustered together? So if you're a family and you have young ones and you're in the area, they're exposed to it because they're in the area. And then you're going to send your kids to the elementary school, and you literally from elementary until they graduate high school, because you have a house there, they're exposed to all of this. Porter Ridge, awesome football team. We have to practice band out there during the day, football practice during the day. And this plant, which, I don't know if you can see, it's almost across the street. Like, here's the 3 schools here, and the plant's right here. There's the entrance, 3214 Ridge Road. It is so close. I beg of you to please say no to this. Reconsider. Send it back to planning. Do the due diligence around this, right? The gentleman mentioned, this plant, the existing plants that he showed us was, 1,000-mile buffer around these houses and schools and things of that sort. But we all could agree that, yeah, you still smell it. Just because it's in the 1,000-mile buffer, that doesn't make it okay. It's still there, right? The other question is, were the homes there first and then you built the plant, or was the plant built first and then the homes were built around it? The difference is there's a choice. See, if the plant was there and then the homes were built, people actually have the choice to come in and say, okay, I'm okay with living next to this plant. The way you folks are going about it, we don't get a choice, and that's not right. So I beg of you, gentlemen, everyone, please say no and reconsider. Thank you.
After this lady, Nina Lee.
Leah Michelle Vaccaro Faherty. I know it's a mouthful, right? Good evening. Thank you guys for listening to me. I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to all of us. I'm here about the zoning. I really don't recommend purchasing this property at all. Even going to Bible school, you're supposed to build your house upon a rock, and that rock is God. This land here, it's not a rock. It floods and floods and floods. I could see my house, or it's my plot of land, and I got landlocked when it rained real hard last time. I know how many times my kids don't even get to go on the school bus because the street that the school is on flooded, and now the kids can't even get to school. So this is just, it's ridiculous. I don't know why anyone would want to build anything on there. In fact, that's why the land sat there for years and years and years until Locust finally bought it. Because it's like, oh, I can put a landscaping business on here. Because you can't build nothing else on there. You're going to spend so much money even just trying to build anything on there because it floods so bad. So please vote no. Don't rezone this. Don't build on it. It shouldn't be used. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, come on up. And Melissa Ann Nelson will be next after Ms. Lee.
Hello, my name is Nina Lee, and I come to represent Porter Ridge High School, as well as Growing Green, which is an environmental club. I believe I am here to vote against the waterway system. It's agreeable that the waterway system allows for better efficiency in the future and maybe more independent power usage and minimizing possible waste in the future. But do the benefits outweigh the consequences of establishing the waterway system? Why should people, specifically residents and workers, be concerned? The wastewater system is planned to be placed behind Lucas Lawn and Landscaping at 3124 Ridge Road, Indian Trail, North Carolina 28079, near Porter Ridge High School, and that's where I attend. This close proximity could affect over 3,600 students and many other people who live and work in close proximity to the waterway system. The waterway system would serve zero benefit to existing residents of the county or Porter Ridge students. It would only benefit new neighborhoods, which could lead to potential overcrowding at our school. Plus, the system will be built along Ridge Road, one of the entrances and exits from the schools, where traffic is already bad as it is in the morning and afternoon. So it could lead to potential worsening of traffic during these times. This could not only affect traffic, but could also affect the revenue and culture of Porter Ridge held sporting events. How will the waterways treatment affect the area environmentally? The waterway system could lead to potential pollution because not 100% of sludge, which is the product waste from the processed water, it cannot be completely processed, and the remaining sludge is dumped either at landfills, in the ocean, or used as fertilizer in farms. This could result in bacteria and microscopic germs to get into the processed water. This could lead up to one of the instances, such as when students and teachers had to miss a couple days of school due to E. coli in the water, which happened during January 2019, around the beginning of that time. There could also be potential chemical leakage from the plantation, which could cause air pollution. This could affect residents and people within the area because the chemicals could cause health issues. Not only will it affect residencies, but also the endangered Carolina heel-splintered mussels. This species has been listed as an endangered species since 1993 and 2022 under the Endangerment Species Act of 1973, so it is federally protected. These mussels can only thrive in well-oxygenated water and are extremely sensitive to many pollutants. Quote, and I quote, commonly found in municipal and industrial waterway releases, and I quoted that from the Carolina heel-splinter U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service webpage. These endangered species in North Carolina are found in the Catawba. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
To me.
After Ms. Nelson, Jacqueline Davis will be up.
Hi, my name is Melissa Nelson. I'm a resident of Union County. I live in the Stratford subdivision in Monroe, and I'm here to speak regarding the rezoning proposal of the Lucas Lands property. I'm a mother, I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm standing in unison with my fellow community members to speak out against this. I definitely recognize the need of wastewater treatment plants, but in my view, these facilities should not be built near residential homes without votes from existing residents. My family and I live 2 miles up the road from the area that's being proposed for rezoning. We have 2 children that attend Porter Ridge schools and a third who will be attending next year in elementary school. My husband and I and members of the community have concerns about health and environmental hazards, pollution, air quality, odor, lower property values, and so on. We have concerns about the other types of facilities that could be built here as well, which until tonight I wasn't even aware of, so now that's even more concerning. There's already agricultural odors in our neighborhood. I notice it a lot at night, especially from the farmland, understandably, but adding a sewage treatment facility would add to that odor. It doesn't seem to be in the best interest of existing residents. It doesn't seem that the best interests of the existing residents were taken into consideration all when making this proposal. A person can choose whether or not to purchase a home within close proximity of an existing wastewater treatment facility, whereas in this case, existing homeowners don't have a choice. That isn't fair that the health, well-being, and desires of existing homeowners and taxpayers are not being taken into consideration. Many people wouldn't have known about this if not for concerned residents raising awareness on social media. So I thank the people that actually found this and brought it to our attention, because God bless people like you. How many people would be here today, though, if they knew about this? The people that don't know or didn't hear the news. The way this was handled feels kind of sneaky and, for a lack of a better word, kind of shady. Listening to what possible facilities might be here, I don't really trust the city, the county, to make decisions in our best interests. Garbage disposal, water treatment plants, communications towers, we don't want this. All of these can have potential health and environmental implications as well as other negative impacts to our communities. The county seems to be giving favor to builders and corporations rather than the will of the people our elected officials are supposed to represent. Why are all these new housing developments being built if existing water treatment plants are at capacity? The zoning only allows for facilities that were previously indicated. None of this benefits the health or well-being of the community. I would support, rezoning that is residential, but not for what its intent would be used for in this proposal. I would like to see maybe repairs of existing facilities and another location selected for a new water treatment facility that isn't so close to our homes. Please vote no for this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, and after Ms. Davis, Kranthi Ella.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Davis, and I attend Porter Ridge High School, which is in close proximity with the development of the waterways system. Please accept this as an appeal to the new waterways treatment plant system. With my understandings of the development in the area of the system near North Fork Crooked Creek, I view the procedure of constructing this water plant will have adverse consequences for the environment. The waterways system has possible fumigants that can negatively impact the people and the community that don't have a say about this establishment. Fumigants are poisonous, if you do not know, and can endanger humans and other animals and life forms, as well as the location of the treatment plant furthermore endangers the locality, adding toxins and adding substances. Like I stated before, I attend Porter Ridge High School with around 3,600 students, and that is not including staff or any of the teachers who work diligently for my education. With such close proximity, less than 3,000 feet of 3 schools, this has a possibility of endangering my community and peers, as the system could easily contaminate the area. This system has few benefits to existing residents that are here behind me, along with students, staffs, and community members, and only benefiting the assembly of new neighborhoods in my community. Idomethane is a chemical compound that could have high probability of affecting the area system. This could be carried through as an airborne fumigant that could happily be detrimental to the person's health, leading to eye irritation, nausea, vomiting, ataxia, and etc. There has been an increase in exposure protections that have been implemented in 2009. Even with these restrictions, some school systems, such as Union County, as here, have been put at risk, which leads to one of the prior discoveries of E. coli in drinking water that I wasn't able to attend my education for. Announced in 1993, the Carolina Health Splitter, which is a federally protected, critically endangered species, in 2002 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. The hill splitter, a freshwater mussel that lives in the North Creek, has only one critical habitat in North Carolina. With only 216 counted species, the habitat is located near my school. The water waste treatment plant can shorten the lifespan as they live for 15 to 20 years by increasing the poor youth quality and habitat conditions of the mussels in the freshwater streams. I wanted to say that, additionally, I am the youth of this county. I'm going to be living here, and I'm going to be affected by this. What considerations were made about this development for my community, my peers, and everyone else? Are you aware of the close proximity near this school? I could be marching out in band or just hanging out with my friends, and I'm already endangered because of this development. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm asking for your reconsideration of this system located off of Ridge Road. Please look further into this, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Ella has indicated to me he does not want to speak, so that's all our people that are signed up. That concludes our public hearing. I appreciate everybody's civil nature tonight. There will not be a decision made tonight. I can assure you of that. We're going to take all the comments and information under advisement. So, thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Is there an opportunity to speak if we weren't on the list?
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir.
I wasn't intending to speak, I'm sorry.
I'm
while
going
I
to
was-
open
Sorry.
the public comments back up for this public hearing.
I wasn't intending to speak, I'm sorry about that. My name's John Cronin. I'm new to the Glendalough neighborhood on Knock Tree Road. I was unaware of the facility that takes the trash and such, and I really appreciate all the cesspool and sewage talk, but I think what's even probably more damaging than that would be the e-waste. There's lead that comes from the e-waste, that's a heavy metal that gets into your well water, seeps down. I think that would be the more dramatic thing. Again, I don't want to belittle what you guys said. It's absolutely true, everything you guys said. But this e-waste is even more toxic than the cesspool. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that closes our Well, there's a procedure to sign up, but I'll allow one more.
I wasn't going to do this, but I've listened to everybody out in here, and I have the same concerns they do. My name's Ronald Hasty. I appreciate you giving me the moment to speak. I live at 3108 Ridge Road, which, if you look at that long line right there on the right of the border, that's my property. 2/3 of that line is mine. With the Allens and the other ones, we all connect to the property of that's being in consideration. Lucas Lawn being out there, I have no problem with them being there. There's a lot of noise, sure. There's, you know, in the wintertime, we have to pull our blinds because the lights shine through, but I can put up with that. There was a choice, there could be hundreds of houses out there, but there's a landscaping company, that's fine. I can live with it. But what my concern was, this land was been for sale for many, many years, and several developers had came in and wanted to buy it. Why did they not buy it? Because there was no sewer. So I think how convenient it is right now. They want to build a wastewater treatment plant there, and now they want to bring all this sewer into it. Is it going to benefit our county? No, it's going to be for somebody else. I think it's a long time that we stop letting our community be the bedroom for other communities. We need to take care of our own. We have an area here, I've lived there, that has been our property since back in 1950s. And my dad worked hard maintaining that land. And now I have inherited, both of them have went on to be with the Lord. I've inherited that property, and me and my wife, we've worked hard to maintain it. Our sons live on it with us. And like I said, we mow, most of it is grass that we mow all the time. There's water that when it rains hard, it comes down, comes across my yard, through the buffer there, and goes out toward Lucas Lawn. At least it used to. So if we had one of those 100-year floods, I could have this stuff, I could have toilet paper in my front yard. And I don't want that. So I ask you consider everything that has been said tonight. Take this in consideration, because I do not think this is the proper site for this facility. Thank you very much.
That concludes the public hearing. Okay, we move on.
Can I ask you a question? When will the decision be made, and how will the public?
At the first November meeting at the earliest.
First November meeting?
At the earliest, yes, ma'am. Okay, moving on to 22707. Brian, you want to come forward and speak about the resolution concerning adoption to abolish the water and sewer? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute recess, come back at 5 after 8. It's 8:05. We'll come back into session. Recognize Brian Matthews, who's going to speak to us about the resolution to abolish the Union County Water and Sewer District.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman. You're going to see me several times tonight, so hopefully you're not tired of me by now, but if you are, I've got some more time in front of you. This evening is another public hearing. This public hearing is to consider the possible adoption of a resolution to abolish the Union County Water and Sewer District. Now, I want to assure you that does not mean that we are getting rid of water and sewer regulations in Union County. That's not what that means. Obviously, we had a lot of people here concerned with the location of a possible wastewater treatment plant. This is how we actually operate our utility. Back in 2017, the county created a water and sewer district that actually is responsible for operating our utility. Now, the county commissioners are also involved in that process. And there's the county commissioners is one part, and then there's a board of governors which operates the water and sewer district. The reason we created that water and sewer district had to do with some of the challenges on capacity fees and how districts are able to operate with capacity fees versus how county utility systems and municipal systems can operate with capacity fees. Since that time, there were a number of legal challenges around the state. Since that time, the state has put into place some general statutes with specific guidelines and requirements for how system development fees are calculated. Are no longer called capacity fees, are called system development fees. And every local government that operates a utility has to use that methodology to create that. And so the need for having a separate water and sewer district to operate our utility is no longer necessary. And it actually is a bit complicated. It sometimes creates some confusion on the part of the public when trying to understand the finances and how they work between the county and the water and sewer district, since essentially they are the same board and the same staff that are operating that. So tonight, what you have in front of you is a public hearing to consider to abolish that water and sewer district. Now, this is only the first step. If the board does vote to adopt this resolution to begin this process, we have a number of steps we'll have to take over the course of the next 6 to 9 months. And those are things like we'll have to come back to the board. We'll have to undo some of the language that's in our ordinance. The board will have to reaffirm whatever the rate structures are, because those are adopted by the district and as well as the board. So there are a number of things that we will have to do in the coming months in order to finalize this. This is just the beginning step that you are to have to go through in order to remove this layer of government over our utility. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, but we are asking for you to conduct a public hearing and hopefully adopt that resolution tonight.
Brian, you might inform the general public that the Board of Governors and the Board of Commissioners are one and the same.
Yes, sir.
So every time we have a Board of Governors meeting, we have to turn around and have a Board of Commissioners meeting to approve what we just approved on the Board of Governors.
I appreciate that, yes, sir. So again, it is the same governing body. It's the same people who are operating the utility, who work for our utility. It's the same people. It's just a different layer on top of that. And again, that had to do with the whole capacity fee issue. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody want to speak on this public hearing? If not, I'll close the public hearing on dissolving or abolishing the Union County Water and Sewer District. Okay, we move on to the consent agenda, and I'm going to add one thing to the consent agenda. Compensation adjustment for the county manager. We did do an annual review, and the information will be available to the public. Commissioner Helms.
Yes, I'd like to add under new business, the purchase of real property, authorize county manager to purchase property, tax parcel 0702 100 1 Easy.
Okay. And I'm going to amend the business section 2 to add the managers, the Board of Commissioners and the county manager have negotiated through council modification to the manager's contract, which among other things extends the term thereof and modifies the existing severance package therein. I would make a motion that we add this to the business section to take action on the contract. And before we do that, when we get to business, we will have to deal with a budget amendment. All right, all in favor of the consent? Yes.
So the purchase of land, we're going to discuss that in the business section, or?
Yes.
So you added that as well, okay. I was confused if it was on consent.
Okay, all in favor of the consent agenda, raise your hand by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. 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 All right, we're going to add the manager's contract, budget amendment item 11, and the real estate that Commissioner Helms has talked about. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Did that do it, Mr. Long? Okay. 22-731, consideration of a Step 1 Economic Development Incentive Grant to American Wick Drain in an amount not to exceed $60,000 over a 5-year period. I make a motion that we award a Step 1 Economic Development Incentive Grant to American Wick Drain Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $60,000 over a 5-year period, beginning in FY 2025, and authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute an agreement substantially consistent with this agenda item. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's done. And I want to tell you something. When I built my house 22 years ago, I bought that product at Lowe's here in Monroe, and it has worked. It was the waffle or raised button looking thing with wool on it, and it works. We've not had a leak, and it was amazing. And when I see it, it's still the same product. So the old story, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and if you can't improve a wheel. So thank you for your investment in Union County. Mm-hmm. Okay, 22-706. Patrick, you want to present the Lanes Creek VFD request?
The Lanes Creek Volunteer Fire Department has submitted a request to the county commissioners. There is a piece of property the county owns. It's approximately 0.89 acres at the intersection of Lansford and Laney Rogers Road. They are looking at a station expansion. They have an old station that is proving difficult to retrofit to meet modern standards. So they would like to acquire this property to combine with another piece of property that they already own to give them a more usable site. On the screen, what you'll see is 3 properties highlighted. This would be the one in the southeast, that small one. It is landlocked between what Lanes Creek currently owns and the DOT right-of-way. The property was acquired through a land swap with the county in 1989. Before that, it was exchanged again with the county in the early 80s. Prior to that, we couldn't find record of any map. So this property has exchanged hand a couple of times. It currently has a tax value of $4,700. And this is really just to put it in front of you tonight to get you all to talk about it. There is no action requested at the moment, but if there is support for this request, we will come back at a further meeting with a resolution.
So you don't need a vote tonight?
Not a vote, but I'd like some consensus to, if there is agreement to do this, to move forward with preparing the documents.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with the resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to move forward. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Revision to the Union County Water and Sewer Extension Ordinance, Article 4 of Chapter 34 of the Union County Code. Brian?
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The board has discussed on a number of occasions the impact of pump stations and how they affect our wastewater system. And the board had directed staff to actually amend our ordinance to have it so that all pump stations really are a decision of the Board of Commissioners instead of at the staff level. Previously, those pump stations were at the staff level. It was also determined that there needed to be a path forward for how the development community could request and seek the board's consideration for how pump stations are approved. Initially, what we put into place was an ordinance that actually prevented pump stations from being approved while we worked on some methodology for the board to consider for what you do when someone is requesting a pump station. Obviously, there are areas of the county that cannot be served by gravity. They're too far away. It's very cost prohibitive. They won't flow by gravity. You may have to pump them to a wastewater treatment facility in order for that property to be served. That's not to say that every piece of property in Union County should be served or is intended to be served. But in order for that to occur, you have to have a mechanism for where pump stations are allowed. So staff worked on coming up with some methodology for how you could gain information on whether or not pump stations have they're viable as far as the county system. They are generally a perpetual cost. When you put one in place, you're going to always pay for electricity, you're going to always pay for staff time, you will always have some costs associated with the operation of that facility until such a time that you take it offline, and many of them never are taken offline. They just operate permanently. So staff came to you with a methodology for some information, and that was a life cycle cost analysis. And really, there were some parameters set. We went over that with you. I'm not going to go in great detail on that, but it really had to do with analyzing the difference between if you did have to put gravity in to serve a piece of property versus if you put a pump station in. What does that cost? How long does that last? And what does that look like to the county over usually a 20-year period? That was the time frame set on that. And the board gave a nod that you were okay with that methodology. And then you asked us to come back with what is the way that we can then implement that so that moving forward there are now requirements for the development community to come forward. That requires ordinance changes. And so what we have in front of you this evening are two things. Number one, the ordinance changes in order to actually affect that you are the decision makers, and here is the information that must be provided if the developer or development community wish to ask for a pump station. The second part of this is how that works, the methodology we will take in order to get this to you. So I want to kind of talk about that a little bit. So the procedure. Using that methodology of a life cycle cost analysis, the first thing is the development community has to submit an application requesting that they want a pump station, and they have to go through the process from the very beginning. They have to have a sketch plan, they have to identify the flows that they need, and all of the stuff related to the potential development of that property. And we will evaluate that information and then bring all of that back to the board with a staff recommendation or staff analysis of all that information. Typically, that will take around 60 days to 90 days for us to do that. So once it's submitted, we'll have to have time to go through all of the different studies, all of the information, so that we can then compile it, put together the staff analysis for you. Then we'll bring it to you in a normal meeting, and you will then make your own determinations on whether or not you feel that those pump station is allowed. The board can request additional information. You have always the opportunity to say, you need additional information. We understand that. We're also going to be using what we call a utility-based rationale for the approval and denial. So we'll be looking at, is this beneficial to the utility? How is it beneficial to the utility? And if it is, then we will put that as part of our analysis. And if it's not, obviously we'll have that as well. And then the way it will work as well is, if denied, then the applicant cannot resubmit for a period of 180 days. In other words, if they want to resubmit for the same thing, they have to wait at least 180 days before they can resubmit. If it's materially different, it was originally a residential project, now it's a commercial project, they could potentially resubmit. But anything that is similar and very similar must wait at least 180 days. Again, that's on the way it's currently written. That can obviously be changed if the board wishes to, but that's how it's currently written. So the the documentation requirements, the things that the development community must actually submit. The first thing is what the area that they're going to serve, the area that they can potentially serve, and then the area of the sewer shed or the basin which would potentially be served by the pump station. They also have to do a capacity analysis. That capacity analysis will look at, is there sufficient capacity and sufficient infrastructure to be able to serve their required demand? And if not, it will identify any improvements that have to be made. Oftentimes, the lines that are in the ground may be too small, or there may be some issue, and that has to be identified, that not only is the pump station needed, but there's other improvements that will have to be made as well. And then there's the life cycle analysis, or the alternatives analysis. And they'll have to do that. A licensed professional engineer will have to provide that information. We've identified parameters that the licensed PE will have to follow, and that will be submitted. And then there's any other supporting documentation that might come from the local jurisdiction. So if it's inside a municipality and they have obviously some zoning jurisdiction, we'll want to see what the local jurisdiction wants as far as this property goes. I don't think it's prudent for this board to be reviewing a pump station when there may be a town that doesn't want that development. Well, then why review the pump station if the town is not interested in that particular development? So we want to see all that relevant information. And that'll be compiled. We'll give the board an analysis, and then you'll make decisions on your own. So that's the procedure that we'll follow. What's written as far as the documents go, you have that. It was included in your packets, but it really is the amendment of section 34-392 of the Union County Code and the adoption of the ordinance which amends 34-336. And unless you really want me to go through those specifically, it's really about the procedure and the methodology, and that's what we're here about today. So I can answer any other questions you might have. That's the end of my presentation.
Commissioner Helms.
How does this policy affect pumping wastewater over basins?
So you already have a requirement that anytime a pump station would pump out of the basin, that actually also has to come to you for review. So not only do you review pump stations, but you must make a decision whether or not you think it's appropriate for that to be pumped from one basin to another basin. So that's already in place. This doesn't change that. This just adds additional requirements for them to meet.
Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, one thing after years on the board, 3 words that always perk my ears is utility-based rationale.
Yes, sir.
If we put a utility-based rationale score on here of, yes, this is a utility-based rationale, it's positive, does that hurt us in a court case that, let's say that a builder comes in and says, I would like to build this, and our staff from Public Works comes up and says, there is a utility-based rationale to this, but there might not be a community-based rationale to it. So back to Board of Governors versus County Commissioner, can the developer sue us based on the Public Works recommendation to a utility-based rationale?
Well, I would defer to our attorneys to talk about who can sue us or not, but again, anyone can sue anyone for anything. The reality here is that in most cases, we can affect a utility-based rationale to approve or to deny. Because to be honest with you, it's really what the board's policy is. If your policy is that you want to see growth in a certain area, then there's a utility-based rationale for a pump station to be located to help serve that area. If the board sees that you do not wish to serve an area, then there's a utility-based rationale not to provide a pump in order to serve that area. So it really depends on the circumstances. And I cannot tell you for a fact that the board and the county cannot be challenged on that. That's not for me to answer that question.
Commissioner Rushing, I think one of the things to understand, and a critical part of a utility-based rationale, is that it's not a formulaic yes or no. It's the sorts of considerations that a board would bring into its decision-making philosophy around how to choose to approve or not approve a particular pump station. It is not an engineering analysis that dictates a yes or a no. In fact, it may come to you much like what you see now for a zoning recommendation, where you see alternative options in front of you and the reasons stated for that, depending on what the board chooses to do at that time. So we do not anticipate instances in which you would get a recommendation that would leave you no option to consider anything else.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Pretty much, yeah, because the concern would be like, let's say you have a project downstream from a sewer plant, and they wanted to pump it back upstream to the sewer plant, and then they were going to build a pump station large enough to cover all the vacant land in the area. Mm-hmm. And you came to us and said, oh, there's a strong utility-based rationale to do this. However, again, there might not be a strong community-based rationale to do it, and we may say no, and I just don't want to end up in court trying to defend something like that. If I don't want our staff telling us something contrary to the decision, so that utility-based rationale, maybe if there was one thing I could take out of that, I'd say that would be it.
Certainly. Again, as Jason indicated, it's really about providing you with the options for you to make a decision. It is not about painting you into a corner and saying this is your only option. You have to approve or you have to deny.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that being said, I will make a motion to adopt the ordinance amending section 34-392 of the Union County Code, and 2, adopt the ordinance amending sections 34-336 of the Union County Code. And Brian, I would also ask you, if this passes, is Public Works have the information ready to give out to these people who have questions on the route to get there?
We do, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, we had a public hearing about the resolution to abolish the Union County Water and Sewer District. Any discussion, Commissioners?
I'm ready to make a motion to adopt the resolution to abolish the Union County Water and Sewer District.
Okay. We have a motion. All in favor?
Discussion, please.
Yes.
What kind of effect would this have on, while we're doing this, does this start a process? And you said something that Perk Mayors earlier about the length of time that it would take to do this. Can you answer a little bit more questions about that? Somebody answer more questions about that? That we're starting a process today that could be going on for how many months?
We anticipate that this would be close to the end of the fiscal year before all of the components are finished.
Okay, so if a new board takes office in December and decides that we have a Board of Governors meeting to lower the rates back to the January 1st, 2022 level, is this going to interfere with that happening?
No, sir. So as long
Absolutely
as the
no way.
district is still in effect, and again, understanding this is not, that you've not officially abolished it. This is the beginning of the process.
Okay.
So the Board of Governors would still be able to make those decisions.
Thank you.
Until it's dissolved, it's in effect.
Yes, sir.
All right, we have a
Commissioner Rushing,
motion.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add into that process, wherever we are in that process, if there's an action that this board desires to take or a future board desires to take, we would be in the position of finding a way for you all to be able to do that wherever we were in that process. Nothing about this would foreclose any management or administrative action that this board or a future board would wish to take.
Okay, we have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 22-722, water potability prior to certificate of occupancy issuance. And we have Ms. Tracy Colley speaking first.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board of County Commissioners, Mr. Manager, and others. I'm Tracy Colley, Environmental Health Director. I also have Mr. Mark Griffin here with Building Code Enforcement, so he's here to answer any specific questions related to plumbing code or building code, since he's a subject matter expert. Just wanted to provide some information for you on a process change between environmental health and building code enforcement related to well water potability and certificate of occupancy issuance. Just to provide a little bit of background on this, back in 2006, the North Carolina General Assembly enacted legislation in the form of Session Law 2006-202, directing the Emergency Management Commission to adopt rules governing the permitting and inspection of drinking water wells. In addition, they directed the Commission for Public Health to adopt rules governing sampling and water quality testing of private drinking water wells. So then in 2008, the rules were created in the form of the North Carolina Safe Drinking Water from Wells Act. So it was passed in 2008. And from that, rules are enforced that environmental health through public health enforces for permitting and inspection, construction, and water quality sampling of drinking water wells. Since that time, Union County Environmental Health has collected thousands of water samples, evaluated for a variety of contaminants, both on existing wells and newly constructed wells. Per North Carolina General Statute 87-97 G and H, the minimum required water quality sampling on a private drinking water well includes bacteriological analysis, coliform and E. coli, a full inorganic panel, and nitrite analysis. In addition, the data, obviously after this period of time, after all these samples have been collected, we have a great deal of data that we've looked at and analyzed, and what it shows is an exceedance pattern for several contaminants of concern. and those include arsenic, coliform, iron, and manganese. So as I mentioned, environmental health collects these samples, we analyze them, we map them, we provide this information to you all, to interested parties, we look at it ourselves, and we're looking for some trends with that. So just as a background, which I've talked about this previously in previous meetings, but Union County is underlain by the Carolina Slate Belt. About 70% of Union County is underlain by the Slate Belt. That geology is metasedimentary and metavolcanic, and so naturally occurring arsenic and manganese should be expected. So it's going to be in groundwater, and therefore it's going to be in wells. What the message is, treatment technology to treat for these contaminants is available, understood, and effective. Our current process for handling new wells and the certificate of completion, after a private drinking water well is permitted and constructed and compliance is confirmed by environmental health, a certificate of completion, that's a COC, well, we just call it a COC, is issued and forwarded to building code enforcement. And at that point, if there are no other holes on the building, a CO can be issued, a certificate of occupancy can be issued. A well COC only confirms that construction and the location of the well meet North Carolina rules. It does not mean that the water is potable, since sampling in some cases either hasn't been conducted or the results aren't back yet. When water quality sampling results are reported to environmental health, they're processed and sent to the owner or applicant, whoever's listed on the application, along with the health risk evaluation, educational information, and building code enforcement is copied on the results, and that information is scanned into the building permit file, digital file. North Carolina General Statutes 8797 state that within 30 days after it issues a certificate of completion for a newly constructed private drinking water well, the local health department shall test the water obtained from the well or ensure that the water that is obtained from the well be sampled and tested by a certified laboratory in accordance with general statutes. Environmental health, we send the inorganic samples to the state lab for evaluation in addition to nitrate and nitrite, and our local public health lab analyzes for bacteria. It's very important to note that environmental health does not have the legal authority to hold a COC, a certificate of completion, until after water samples are collected and results are reported. It's very important to note that. North Carolina Plumbing Code, however, states under 602.2, only potable water shall be supplied to plumbing fixtures that provide water for drinking, bathing, and culinary purposes, or for the processing of food, medical, or pharmaceutical products. Unless otherwise provided in this code, potable water shall be supplied to all plumbing fixtures. So that plumbing code also defines potable water, and it's defined in the North Carolina Plumbing Code as water free from impurities present in amounts sufficient to cause disease or harmful physiological effects and conforming to the bacteriological and chemical quality requirements of the Public Health Service drinking water standards or the regulations of the Public Health Authority having jurisdiction. That just means environmental health and public health. So what's the solution to this? The solution is don't issue this certificate of occupancy until the water is safe to drink or potable. So what is the process change and what does it look like? For the most part, it's a change in timeline and time frame, which means the builder, owner, developer will drill that well earlier in the construction process, even before the building permit is issued. Because remember, to obtain a building permit, if your property is served by well or a septic system, you got to have those two permits before you can pull a building permit. And making this change will minimize delays, obviously, and allow adequate time for sampling, verification of yield, if we have to flush the well, if we have to rechlorinate, and obviously for the sample results to come back. If contaminants are found to be present, and exceed the maximum contaminant level, then at that point, effective treatment can be installed and retesting conducted to confirm that that water is safe to drink and potable. As I mentioned before, we report water quality sample results, but obviously this would allow us to report those results early in the process before the CO is issued. And we would notify not only county, Union County Building Code Enforcement, City of Monroe, and Town of Waxhaw. And this would create a situation where only potable water is served. So again, the new process ensures that the water supply to any new residence or commercial facility is potable and of adequate yield, because that information is also reported on a groundwater, it's called a GW1, a groundwater report, so that yield is reported so we can make sure that the water is adequate to support that facility before a CO is ever issued. So why? Why are we doing this? Number one, first and foremost, it's to protect public health. No question. It's the right thing to do. It also restores public confidence in the use of private drinking water wells. Some folks are under the impression that a well is not safe, it's not adequate, it's not clean. That's false. I think we know that. The majority of wells in Union County are safe, they are clean, and they come back with no elevated contaminant levels. We want to comply with the North Carolina Plumbing Code. We want to look at eliminating any further situations where water serving a newly constructed home or business is not served by potable water. We want to reduce the reliance on county-funded public water line extensions due to water quality or yield concerns. And this is no cost to the county. It's a process change. So what are some potential challenges that we see? Well, builders and developers may need to modify their time frame for well permitting and construction. The well should be drilled earlier in the process, as I mentioned before, in some cases before the permit is issued, the building permit is issued. That way we can confirm everything is good before they move forward. There may be some challenges with energizing a well that's not served by SAW service, and that would be a single wide, so they would have to use a generator, which they're having to do anyway, to run the chlorine out to make sure the disinfection, whatever chemical they're using for disinfection is out of the well and the samples can be collected, because that's required anyway. We're just moving it earlier in the process. And of course, there's time and costs associated with this to the builder and the owner for treatment, resampling of contaminated wells. And of course, after treatment is installed, we would resample the well for what contaminants are found to be elevated. So we would look to just sample for those particular contaminants. The fee that I requested this evening that you approved in the consent agenda would allow us to test just for arsenic, just for manganese, just for iron. And then, of course, we want to have buy-in from the City of Monroe and the Town of Waxhaw. I've already spoken with the Town of Waxhaw. They are on board with this, and we've reached out to the City of Monroe. So in conclusion, what does this mean? Once this process is in place, very simply, any residential or commercial structure built in Union County will be supplied with potable drinking water, regardless of whether the water is supplied by a private well, which is groundwater, or public water, which can be either surface water or a public well. So that's handled. And just one caveat to that, I just want to make sure that we are bound to the water sample requirements in our regulations. So that would be bacteria, inorganic panel, nitrate, nitrite, and any others that they add later. And any water treatment unit, I think it's important to point out, moving forward, that's installed on a private drinking water well would be considered a mechanical component of the building system, and thus the property owner's responsibility moving forward to monitor and maintain that, just like a water heater, just like a septic system, just like a roof, just like a water softener. Because it's a private well, it's a private drinking water well, it's not a public utility. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Marcus.
Commissioner Helms.
Tracy, I agree with the process. One thing I didn't hear is what is acceptable levels? Because I don't know, arsenic's what, .001 or something like
Yes, sir.
that? What's acceptable?
That.
If it's
Same-
over
Same as public water.
over .001, you have to bring it down to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can see timeline concerns with everybody. I'm building a house, I've got that situation, I've got arsenic. But, you know, the water technically will not be hooked up until the house is basically complete.
Gotcha.
And then, so you're gonna have a complete house with 2 to 3 weeks for the water sample to turn around?
So we're looking for this process to begin on November 1st, so it won't be retroactive. So this will be November 1st moving forward. So you know, obviously you've already got your CO and,
No, I don't.
oh, okay.
No, I mean, and I have no problem with that. I'm just trying to figure out how to manage it so that the house is not complete, and then there's 2 to 3 weeks to wait on the state to send us back a water sample.
One thing, you know, the inorganic panel, the full panel that's required takes 3 to 4 weeks, give or take. By instituting this new fee and just sampling for the individual contaminants, the metals, we're told that sample turnaround is about 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks.
That's good to hear. Okay, thank
So
you.
that'll speed things along too. And then
Okay.
the turnaround for a bacteriological analysis, if it's coliform, is 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, y'all do that yourself, though.
Yes, sir, in the
Yeah.
public health lab.
Mr. Manager, do we need an action on this for it to become effective November 1st?
No, sir. We are merely following the building code. It does not require board action. We're merely reporting to you that we're putting this process in place.
Okay. Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you. Believe it or not, I was getting a haircut the other day, and my barber started telling me about all these things that he was having to get permits here and go there to build a building near his house. If this is like you've got an existing well, like a farm, for example, and they built a office at the farm, and they put a shower in it and a sink to wash their hands, and a toilet maybe. Would they go through the same process on an existing well, or is it just new
No,
wells?
sir, I don't believe so. I think this is for new wells moving forward.
So it would
Unless it's a newly constructed
well,
building. and
yeah, the new
then-
constructed building, but old well.
So, this is our opinion, because this is a new structure that will be inhabited. I'm not talking about a garage. We're talking about something that would actually be inhabited, then yes, that well would have to meet the requirements.
Yeah,
If it's an accessory structure, no one's living in it, then that's an existing well. They would not be required to go through that process.
But that's not what you said. Do you have to get a CO for a business? If it's an
Yes, you
office,
still have to have a
Constructed
CO
business,
for
yes.
business as well.
If it's an office, it's a business.
Yes.
And it could be a beauty shop in the back of the house, or on the land. So the beautician has a sink and a toilet in her beauty shop, which is required, right? That would be required, for example. So if they got an existing well, they would be under this as well.
And we want to make sure they're safe too. They have customers coming in, they may be doing
Got no
permanent
problem with the
makeup.
safety part of it. It's just that we might want to make sure that we get that word out heavily. That way you're not, you don't have people coming in cussing at you after they build a building and trying to figure this out because they have a well.
Well, I would imagine y'all already have information where when somebody comes in to apply for a building permit, starting November 1, these other requirements will be on it. Is that right, Mark?
Yes, sir. Mr. Ray, we would absolutely do our very best to educate the public. What we're really looking at here, more than anything, is a paradigm shift on how we build our homes. Typically, one of the first inspections we do is establish a temporary salt pole on that property, and one of the last things we do is to put the well in. Our recommendation would be that we get the well in early in the process. I heard Commissioner Helms speak about having the house finished prior to getting the well water test back. Well, ideally, if we could get that well put in early on, we'd have the well results back before you got your floor framing in.
That's
what
exactly
Well, I've
we're
already
trying
got, the well's been in for 6 months.
Understand, you have a very, your project's underway, sir, and I understand that.
If you think about it, one of the first short line extensions we did, there was a house that built, put in the well last, couldn't hit water. Same
Yes, sir.
thing.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I like the process and the change and so.
There is some wisdom to question as to why the well is always one of the last things we put in. It just historically has been, and I understand that's not a good answer. But builders, as a general rule, like to establish the well last, and we're going to try to re-educate them and explain to them how important it is that we guarantee that potability of the water early in the process.
That's good.
When you folks retire, you'll be able to look back at all that has been accomplished to protect the citizens of Union County, and it's going to be a huge volume of accomplishment.
Well, I'd like to say that Tracy just has done a tremendous job on this. She came to me with passion and a voice about how can we make this better, and we began to look and dig, and kudos to Ms. Colley.
Tracy's always had passion, and Ramona, when they told me anything I needed to do, they said it with passion, and I did it with haste.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
is this a state requirement, or, I'm a little confused here. Y'all said y'all were reporting it to us. Is this like a state building code requirement?
Yes, sir. This is a requirement of the 2018 North Carolina Plumbing Code. It's also mentioned in the 2018 North Carolina Building Code.
So that you have to have a well test?
That you have to have potable water.
Right.
And where we're at now is how do we establish what's potable, and that is done on behalf of
Right.
Tracy's department, and we're trying to assure that earlier in the process.
Right. So what are we directing you to do?
We don't need any direction. We were just informing the board, so if you've got complaints, because obviously we think that there will be concerns by the development community, that this is a change.
And we're just catching up 4 years later.
Absolutely, and understand that part of the challenge that will happen is that if a well is found to have elevated levels that make it and there's not potable, then the issue is what kind of system do they need to put in place to make it meet those potable requirements, and that's going to take time as well as additional cost.
And I don't see the complaints coming from the development community as much as the existing residents trying to do, well, I said, like build a garage in the back of their house, build a business in the back of their house, build a office on the farm, those kind of things.
It's really more for a new structure that will be inhabited, not for a garage.
But that's not what you're saying.
But that is what we mean. I'm sorry if that didn't come across correctly. It
Okay.
is a brand-new structure that will be inhabited, not a garage.
So existing wells will not be,
Existing well that you are not using it for a brand-new, let me give you an example. You have a farm. You have no house on there whatsoever.
Right.
You got a well on there.
Right.
You come in, you want to build a house. We're going to need to test that well and make sure that that well meets potable requirements for that house, because there was no house connected to that well.
right, but you have a business office.
That is not the same thing. And
Brian, how is
unfortunately,
it
I wish
not,
we
though?
could, yeah.
How is it not if people are drinking that water?
Again, because the code doesn't necessarily give us that ability at that point in time. But we're trying to get it to the point where we can at this point, which is talking about new structures, and that's the challenge that we have. I understand you'd like to take it further. We don't think we have the
I'm not wanting
ability.
to take it further.
Well-
To get a certificate of occupancy on anything, if it's got water in it, you got to have potable water.
If I could offer an analogy, so smoke detector codes have changed tremendously over the past several code cycles. Houses that were built in the 80s were only required to have one smoke detector. Prior to that, none. Now they're required to be in every bedroom and on every floor. We have a general statute that says even though that house is 25 years old, if you do any upgrades to that structure that requires a building permit, you must bring that portion the smoke detector code up as well. It's a chance for the codes to strengthen the safety of the structure. From what I'm hearing is, if you have an existing well, and you go out back and you add an accessory building with which you're going to put plumbing into it, now's an opportunity to go in, and before CO is issued to that new structure, that well water should fall under the very same constraints that a new well would if it were dug that day. Perhaps that helps.
Well,
perhaps
that's what I'm
worse.
asking, because I'm confused. I'm getting two different answers, I think. I'm getting the answer, okay, build a chicken house. As a business, do I have to get a CO for a chicken house? Do I have to get some final inspection for a chicken house?
They don't have to have a CO.
So Commissioner Rushing, you've sort of hit a caveat in the building codes. There is an agriculture exemption from agricultural buildings. And I certainly want to answer your question.
No, so you answered that part, because if I build an office at my chicken house with a shower, because my wife gets mad because I come home with chicken poo on.
If you were to build a chicken house today, 500 feet long, we would look at no building, no mechanical, no plumbing. The only inspection done on that house would be the electrical. If you go right next to it and you build yourself an office occupancy within that same chicken house, hopefully to the side, and that home will be occupied, then that office would in fact require a certificate of issuance of occupancy, and if a well was being utilized, it's my belief that water should fall under the same constraints as.
And I apologize for all the questions, because again, this educates the public too.
Yes, sir.
So I can as long as I put a filter on that office, I'm okay. I don't have to put a filter on the well that's going to feed thousands of chickens and my office.
There is absolutely nothing in this that would change anything with respect to agriculture. As a matter of fact, general statute absolutely prohibits the inspection of such trades within agricultural buildings.
Well, no, I didn't answer the question. The office has a filter on it, but the chicken houses don't. That's fine?
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
That answers the question.
Did that help you, sir?
Yeah, that did. Thank
And
you.
I apologize if I took the long way
No,
around.
I'm just confused.
Okay.
I was just getting confused, because a business is a business. And if, a lot of businesses have toilets and sinks in them, and water fountains and existing wells. People put them on existing wells sometimes.
And it's my understanding that we would not retrofit anything unless there was new construction involving new consumption of an existing well.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize. I apologize. You were talking about the fire. If I do something, I gotta bring up my fire alarms and stuff.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, what if I build a bathroom addition onto my house?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what do I have to get for that? Same thing, or it would just be included with, I'm fine. Additions for bathrooms, things like that, doesn't matter, right?
When you say no, sir. If you do, according to the statutes, if you do any construction that requires, now, are we on smoke detectors or are we on water now? We're on
Water.
We're on water now.
Same principle as smoke detector, though. If we require inspections for that, and you build another bathroom addition onto your house, are you going to have to get you got a CO for the house, but if you've got problems, well, you got an inspection, so that's not included.
It's my understanding that if any new occupancy was added to a structure that required a building permit.
So a bathroom.
I think it would. Now, I want to defer that, and I don't mean to, but ultimately that whether or not that water is potable falls on environmental health. But I think that we could safely stand on the plumbing code and say, now you've changed its occupancy, you've added a new use, now's the time to look at that water and maintain that it is potable.
So if I were to go in and do a bathroom renovation in my house, I would need to come get a building permit.
Absolutely.
I
Yes.
would get an inspection, and at that time, I would be told, and I gotta check my well.
Yes, sir, I believe that to be correct. Ms. Colley, if I'm incorrect, now would be a great time.
Well, if it's just a renovation, no, if you're not changing fixtures. If it's just a renovation, you're not changing fixtures, just updating.
What do you mean
But
changing
specifically,
fixtures?
the commissioner said if I were to add a bathroom, if I were to increase my bathroom count. When she said not adding fixtures, you decide today, I'm gonna remodel my bathroom, and I'm gonna take my bathtub out and put a prettier bathtub in, and I'm gonna take my vanity out and put 2 pretty vanities in. That's one like and the same. That's not the same as adding a new bathroom.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But just be adding a new bathroom.
Well, to your question, I was asking that I have a 2-bedroom house and I really want one more, so I'm gonna go out back and increase my footprint of my home and add another bathroom. I think that might trigger the use.
The well inspection.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's make sure we're letting people know that.
Yes, sir. It'll be on the website, our doors, and I'm sure I'll get plenty of opportunity to speak about it.
I don't think we should question fire safety or arsenic safety in the water we're drinking, so.
And the only reason I brought up the smoke detector
No,
was to
I'm
draw an
saying-
analogy that there are times where the code requires us to go back and take a look at something that's already in existence. That was my only reason for the analogy.
Right, and I agree.
Well, what happens if they fail? I mean, if they fail, they don't get to live in their house no more, or they just gotta put a filter on? So the bathroom addition might trigger the necessity to put a filter on your well. Or what happens?
We would address that in the same manner that we address any other violation of the code. For example, if someone they put a deck up and they don't get it inspected and it has violations, we will work with that homeowner to bring them into compliance. And we would do the same with this homeowner through education, and ultimately we would notify them that they're in violation of the plumbing code. We do it quite a bit, actually.
But Mark's department is known, when people come in or a problem is detected, they work with them all the time, and Tracy does too, to help them get back in compliance.
Correct, and I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the fact that we're talking about those small cases to where I think that there'll be minimal improvements. The main goal here is to go after that homeowner who's unknowingly purchasing a house from a builder only to get a CO and then get a letter in the mail 4 weeks later to determine he can't drink the water. That's what we're really trying to wrap up.
That's what we're going for. I'm fine with that.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm concerned about is that person is going to call me and say, I did a bathroom renovation and now I'm living in the Motel 6 because I can't live in my house because your inspections department came out and told me that I'm in violation, and now I got to buy a $10,000 water filter or some crap like that. I mean, that's the concern.
I can certainly tell you that it's not our intention, and you have a great question, it's not our intention.
Yeah, I hear tell the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but could be the consequence.
But if not necessarily, if they've been drinking of the water the entire time they've lived there, then us working with them to get a system put in some reasonable amount of time.
We'll help them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it'll absolutely be good for them and their health and everything else. Again, I just don't want them calling from the Motel 6 and saying, your inspections department kicked me out of my house.
Commissioner Rushing, I think to your point, which is a very good point, is that we've got to educate the folks that are doing this work well in advance of them actually starting the work.
Right.
So when someone comes into our office and they want to do a bathroom addition, or they want to do something that actually requires new plumbing fixtures, it's incumbent upon us to explain that these are the things you're going to have to do in order to get that CO. And it's probably good for you to go ahead and have your well tested and have that information before you begin construction, because honestly, if you find out your wells are elevated and it's going to require a treatment system, you can make a decision not to build anything. And we will not require you to do anything with that well. Now, you know you're drinking poor well water quality, but we will not require you to do one thing with that well. It's when you actually add to the plumbing fixtures that we then have to make sure it meets that potable drinking water standard. So you're absolutely right. It is our responsibility to make sure we educate these individuals up front.
Do we have a list of remodelers and people in construction? I'm sure we got a list of builders. Is there a list that you guys have of a database of people who come in and do business with you?
Commissioner, we do maintain what we call email list of our most common customers. I can't tell you that I have one for every single plumber.
But you got a big one.
We have a pretty good sized email database, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, if I could. I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to send out an email warning the people that might be facing a remodeling, or the remodelers, the people that are in construction, give them a little bit more information about this. I know we voted about having to give staff direction before we ask them to do something, but I think that would be a smart idea, seeing as how it's coming up November the 1st.
Yes, sir. It's also our intention on November 1st, anyone that applies for a building permit will get a document in their hands
Right.
outlining the new procedure.
But if me and my wife are in Lowe's and she's looking at new bathroom stuff, I'd like to know before, when I'm contacting a remodeler, if they would tell me, hey, this could open you up to
Sure.
to additional cost,
Yes, sir.
and you need to be aware of that.
Yes, sir.
That maybe an email of that nature to the remodelers
Yes,
or
sir.
the builders that do business in the county. So
Well,
I'd like-
the only thing to that, we've spent millions of dollars getting water to people that have arsenic in their water. And then if they've got arsenic in the water, but they don't want to put a filter in, to me, it's counterproductive.
And Mr. Chairman, I ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we direct our staff to send out an email to the remodelers and people that get building permits and do remodeling, and tell them, at least let your customers know ahead of time, if you've got a well and you're doing a bathroom addition, that it could open you up for some things that could put your occupancy of your home in danger. We're going to work with it, well, whatever. But they just need to know before, I mean, if you tell me that and I'm building another bathroom, I might say, yeah, I'm not going to build another bathroom.
But aren't you going to be doing that when they come in to pull the permit? Give them that sheet, tell them what they're going to have to do.
We are, and we're going to do everything humanly possible that we can to communicate this change. We're going to do it any way and every way that we have access.
So you don't need our direction to do it?
I'm
No,
sorry,
sir,
sir?
we already intended on doing a communication.
Okay.
But
I would draw the
absolutely.
motion as long as you're going to
No,
do it.
I certainly understand we're going to do more than just the emails. There's other things we want to do for communication. But that's a very good point.
Okay, let's move on to 22-717, appointments to boards and commissions. We got Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, Monique Hall, who is a Monroe policewoman, serves on the JCPC as a county commissioner appointee. Her term expired June 30th, 2022, and she has applied for the reappointment. All in favor of her, say aye. Aye.
You need a motion? You make the motion?
I make a motion to appoint Monique Holt. All in favor? Aye. Region F Aging Advisory Committee, the following vacancies exist on the Region F Aging Advisory Committee, and applications have been received for these positions. Alternate member Kathleen Demansky, she's eligible to serve as an alternate. I make a motion to appoint Kathleen Demansky as the alternate to that board. All in favor? Aye. And as a delegate, Liz Ann Mangum has applied. I make a motion to appoint Liz Ann Mangum to that delegate position. All in favor? Aye. Library Board of Trustees, vacancies for Monroe Region representative due to a resignation. Hayne White has applied. I make a motion to appoint Hayne White to the Monroe Region Representative Library Board of Trustees. All in favor? Aye. Union County Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy due to a resignation. Lillian Dixon has applied. I make a motion to appoint Lillian Dixon to the Union County Historic Preservation Commission. All in favor? Aye. Okay, now we've got some, to take up some items that were added to the business agenda. Okay, the Board of County Commissioners and the County Manager have negotiated through council modifications to the manager's contract, which among other things extends the term thereof and modifies the existing severance package therein. I would make a motion that we add an item to business to take action on the contract. And before we do that, I need to make a motion to approve Budget Amendment 11 to appropriate additional funding needed for the contingency in amended and restated manager's contract obligation. Okay, we're voting on Amendment 11 that would only be used under certain circumstances. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
what's the budget amendment? What's the amount?
Do what?
What's the amount of the budget amendment?
$330,000.
$330,000.
That's a budgeted item that won't be used unless
Less-
circumstances.
Right.
In the next 5 years, right? Correct?
That's not the exact amount.
What's the exact amount?
Yeah, but what's the exact amount?
The term of the contract payout is $550,000.
That's the exact amount of the budget amendment.
Oh, $336,183.
That was the question. I just want to make sure we got.
Oh, okay, so it's not 550,000.
No.
It's the budget amendments for 300, because the other's already in the budget.
Right.
And that's in the next 5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I make a motion to approve Budget Amendment 11 to appropriate $336,000. I couldn't hear all of it, Beverly.
I think it's $183. $336,183. You should have it.
Would you come up and,
She said 336,183.
336,183. I'm sorry, I had it on the fourth page or something here. Okay, all in favor? Raise your, aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, now we can vote on this other thing. Approve the amended and restated manager's contract, providing for, among other things, extension of the term thereof and modification of the severance provisions therein. I make a motion that we approve that. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
How about we have some time for discussion?
Yeah, I think,
Jesus.
I think that would be good.
All right. Discussion.
Please.
Go ahead, Commissioner Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have seen this come up in the past, and I'm just going to say a couple of things about it. We have a process where we analyze the manager's performance and appraisal process. Go through that every year. And that's an opportunity for this board, 5 members, to give their opinion on how that individual has performed in that position. And you can talk to any human resource professional, and they'll tell you about what they call horns and halos. And you get personalities involved, and because you don't like somebody, you treat them with horns, and because you love them to death, you treat them with halos. And it skews your idea of the performance of that individual. Now, we've had situations where we've had commissioners that want to be the county manager. And we've had county managers in the past that wanted to be a commissioner. There's specific responsibilities for those 2 roles, and it shouldn't be spread between the 2. Now, with this particular manager, we have evaluated him over the past 4 years, I believe it is. We just finished one tonight, and the evaluation has been positive. I have to evaluate my decision based on the performance of that manager. The other thing I would mention is that, and I understand that there are people out there in private industry and people who have a resentment of government, people that work for the government, on the government dole, that kind of thing. But I can tell you that, and I've been a government employee, that you have people that work in government who are dedicated. They spend hours and hours of their day and their life trying to provide quality service to the citizenry. And Mark Watson has done that. Now, I don't know what, you say you can't tie the hands of future boards. I don't care what the future board does. But I do know this. You can't send a message to this county or to the employees of this county that with a snap of a finger, you're going to take somebody that's dedicated 29 years already of their life and done a dang good job of it and dump them in the ditch because of a personality conflict and not performance. If you can prove a cause, then by all means. But I think under these circumstances that I agree, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Well said, Commissioner Simpson, and I'll be supporting the motion as well. I've heard a lot of what I would term reckless talk in terms of the prospect of the board acting on a manager's contract without getting into details that aren't appropriate for a public forum. There is no golden parachute to the extent that there is a reasonable manager's severance. That hasn't been changed. The budget amendment here has to do with board members who think that the current county manager has done a bang-up job, but the budget amendment has to do with making sure that if a future board decides to terminate a county manager without cause, that at a minimum, that former county manager ought to be able to count on a full retirement. Let's hope that any future board doesn't behave so recklessly as to entertain dismissing, in my opinion, a very good county manager who has the respect of many in this county without cause.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Commissioner Simpson, I totally agree with you. Mark always receives exemplary ratings, and I'll tell you, we had a resolution a couple weeks ago, and the resolution was by the Chamber of Commerce, all members of the Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Community, and the representatives that sit on that board. I mean, and also the advisory. 7 municipalities, 5 signed the resolution affirming the quality of job that this board's done as well as the manager. And then we had 2 mayors that came and spoke too. It's a shame that we're having this conversation, but there has been social media and threats on this diocese to eliminate county manager. And it's not for his lack of doing the job, because if you look at the past 4 years, we've accomplished more in Union County, improved the lifestyle of our citizens and the effectiveness of this governor under his leadership. So I'll be voting in favor of the change.
Stoney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My fellow commissioners, I think you're missing the point that the manager has a 2-year contract, which would have taken him through retirement, which would have still had to have him paid if he was released without cause. But now we're going to a 5-year contract. Why a 5-year contract? Because the next board will be in office for 4 years. And your lasting effect on that board is a finger to not only us, the three that might be elected, it's also a finger to the taxpayers of this county. And if you don't think it's a golden parachute, $550,000, if you don't think that's a golden parachute, it can be paid for. There'll have to be budget cuts if that happens. But I can tell you, if a board desire is to go in a different direction, we've done it in the past. And with some of the commissioners up here voting for it. So, the manager had a 2-year contract that protected him just the same through his retirement.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If what Commissioner Rushing says were true, we wouldn't have required, this budget amendment wouldn't have been required in the amount of $336,000. So indeed, the current contract would not protect the county manager if he were fired without cause to get him to 30 years full retirement benefit. So I'm just again saying, if that indeed were true, this budget amendment would not have been required.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you. What was that number you had again on the service that Mark Watson has had in Union County? How many years? 28th year. So 2 more years, which is on his contract, takes him to 30 years. And I was part of hiring Mark Watson. My boat hired him just like other boats. So he's got a 2-year contract that protected him through his retirement, that if he was fired without cause, y'all got word through the grapevine, not from this dais. Y'all got word through the grapevine that something could happen to an employee, and y'all sweeten the pot. That's what this is.
No,
It's a golden
Stoney,
parachute, and you
I'm
sweeten
going to call
the pot.
the vote
Let's
because
go.
you came in here and said 2 days after the primary, y'all can do what you want to, but we're going to change everything. You think you are king of this county. We
That
still
is
have a
not
mon-
what I said. I said that is not what I said. I said things are about to get more simple in the county, but what I said is the
That's
board
not what you
can't
said.
bind the hands of a future board. And that was talking about utility rates. I wasn't talking about personnel. I was not talking about personnel. So you can revision history all you want to. That's not what I said.
Commissioner Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it was explained to me that should the manager be terminated immediately without cause, that it would impact his retirement payout. That's my understanding. And I call the question.
All right, I call the vote. All in favor?
Wait, you got to vote on calling the question.
Call the question.
You got to vote on calling the question.
On ending debate.
Okay, we need a vote on calling the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
No.
I make the motion
The motion's already been made.
to approve the amended and restated manager's contract, providing for, among other things, extension of the term thereof and modifications of the severance provisions therein. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, Mr. Helms.
Yes, and this one is the purchase of real property. And Brian, I think you were going to help us with this? Yes.
My understanding is that there is a piece of property that is adjacent to our EQ tank, the Poplin EQ tank that's under construction. It is owned by, I believe, the Rotary for the county. They've approached the county about potentially purchasing this property to add to our EQ facility, have additional land to help buffer that. That request would be for tax value, which I believe is up to tax value. It's currently $79,100 for that piece of property. It's approximately 6 acres.
And my understanding from a representative of the Rotary is these funds will be used to revitalize a Boy Scout facility in Indian Trail. And also, my understanding is also that the money to facilitate this will not come out of the general fund, but will come out of funds that the state provided for land acquisition or other utility enhancements. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Stoney?
And what are we going to be building there?
What?
What are we going to be building there?
We're not going to build anything. What it is we got an EQ tank that's going to be sitting foot from the property line. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. Very close proximity to
It's
the
close.
property.
I don't have the dimensions of
Yeah.
how close it is.
But the fact of the matter is a tank like that next to a development, it could be considered a attractive nuisance. And the last thing you want some youth to say, I can climb that.
Hang on, Mr. Commissioner. You know, we just had a bunch of folks in the public here earlier talking about a sewer plant. They were talking about putting right in their backyard, and we're worried all of a sudden about a kid climbing a water tank or something. That's, why are we bringing this up and not next meeting? That we have time to look at it and talk about it, discuss it. I mean, if we're purchasing land and we're using funds from the state to do it, it'd be nice to have a little bit more time than this.
Well, we've had time. This has been discussed.
Richard, let's move it to the next meeting and give everybody time. I want to go out there and see how close the EQ tank is to the property line.
Well, they hadn't built the EQ tank. It's going to be built.
But it's going to be.
It's going to be built, yeah.
Yes, okay.
I'll accept your.
Let's do that. Mr. Manager, do you have any
You need to
comments?
vote on the motion to table it.
Dennis, did you hear?
Vote on the
Vote
motion
on
to
the
table.
motion to table it.
I'm sorry. I withdraw my motion. I'm sorry.
A vote on the motion to table this till next week.
Yes. Motion to table this to the next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Been sort of a full night. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, a couple of items of information for you this evening. As you have authorized me to do, I have negotiated the extension of the EMS contract for 1 year. The contract was termed, or would have termed, June 30th of 2023. The 1-year extension goes from July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. The second item is the September reports from Union County Public Schools were received at the end of last week, too late to put on your tonight's agenda. Those reports were emailed out to you. They're the ones that are required in the budget ordinance, and you should have those in your inbox. That's all I have this evening.
Commissioner Simpson.
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Rushing.
No comment.
Commissioner Helms.
Only thing I would say is that the county enjoyed the addition of a new sheriff's administration facility. It was dedicated, ribbon cut this week. It's a phenomenal addition, and it's going to allow us to process our own crime scenes and not have to rely on the state. So this board and the manager needs to be congratulated for facilitating that for the community.
Commissioner Williams.
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
It's good to see Melissa and Brian here tonight. Welcome. The extension of the EMS contract, we felt like was huge for y'all because it could have ended June 30th. And so this gives you an extra year to decide what y'all want to do.
You mean what the board wants to do?
What the board wants to do, yes. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for everybody in attendance tonight. I apologize for my stumbling sometimes. I make a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.